whole board meeting at 7 o'clock p.m. On Thursday, November the 2nd, 2023, boardroom of Oak Park Forest High School. That's roll call.
Mr. Brisbane,
Here.
Dr. Maharaj,
Here.
Mr. Arkin,
Here.
Ms. Williams-Lee,
Here.
Dr. Livingston,
Here.
Mr. Grandhorse,
Here.
Mr. Costa.
Here. I move to enter closed session
Thank you.
for the purpose of discussing the employment, compensation, discipline, performance, and dismissal of specific employees of the district, the legal counsel of the district, and independent contractors, and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employer against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity. However, the meeting can consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the local government Wage Increase Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. Collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. And you're not doing litigation, are we?
But I can take a little chop.
Okay, and litigation when an act against, affecting, or on behalf of the public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the findings shall be recorded and entered in the minutes of the closed meeting. Thank you. In a roll call, please.
Dr. Maharaj.
Yeah.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Ms. Williams-Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Mr. Grandhorse,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
and Mr. Costa.
Yes. We will reconvene open session. And our first order of business will be public comment. Lisa,
I have none for tonight.
any written?
None whatsoever. No in person, no written, no via Zoom.
Thank you. Our next order of business is approval of minutes, so, we'll after that. Have a moment.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so just get this. So I move to approve the October 12th, 2023 committee of the whole minutes as presented. Any questions, corrections, etc.? Okay, quick voice vote. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No?
Give a second.
Oh, second.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Johnson?
So as I believe everybody in this room is aware, we recently had the passing of one of our freshman students, Jaden Figueroa. If we could please join me in a moment of silence in memory of Jaden.
Thank you. Okay, we will now get into committee at work, starting with our instruction committee. Dr. Johnson, will you please
Yeah, absolutely.
take us up?
Let me welcome up first of a few folks. Assistant Superintendent Principal Linda Parker, Director of Student Services Chris Johnson, and she has a variety of team members here who are going to be chiming in throughout the presentation. We will the Q&A session. I want to point out before we get this out, this report is coming to the board at the board's request to better understand how we support our students from a mental wellness perspective. This is in alignment with strategic plan priority 2 regarding the board goals, although not approved yet approved, of the ones that we've been discussing over the past few meetings. Certainly in line with school environment objective 1 and district policy 665 and 72. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Principal.
Yes, just to introduce the team that's here. These are members of the Pupil Support Services team. We have Kalita Himes, who is one of our social workers. We have Carolyn Ojikutu, who is one of our counselors. Chris Johnson, who is the Director of Student Services, and Ginger Bencola, who is our Prevention and Wellness Coordinator. And they are going to lead you in the presentation and then questions.
Yep.
Thank you very much for having us here tonight. We welcome the opportunity to talk with you. Before we get started, I know our time is limited. I wanted to recall April 23rd, 2015. And in this very room, Tom Kofsky, you were sitting in this room. And it was very late. Do you remember that?
Okay, yeah.
It was like
It's about a Thursday.
it was Thursday. It was a Thursday. And on that night, this school board approved a 5th BSS team to address the mental wellness issues that we felt were rising at the time. Also that night, we took our social workers from being contractual workers to being full-time faculty. And we also added a position, our prevention and wellness coordinator. We spent a lot of time that night listening to things about the pool. That's why we were so late. But it was a very, very momentous moment for our student services. And we appreciate that. And we're happy to be back at this table with a board that has mental health and mental wellness at the forefront. So we really appreciate that. Oops. So In student services, most of the students' social emotional supports are coming through student services. And on the slide that's in front of you, you see that the primary supports in student services are coming through counselors and social workers and our special programming. But I also wanted to mention the partnering we're doing with other people in the building. We are collaborating all day, every day. Probably primary right at the front are our special ed support service teams. We're working with them. We're working with our deans. We're working with all across the building. Teachers are at the forefront. So it's not just counselors and social workers, it's everybody in the building working for moving students forward in terms of their mental health.
And I will speak just a little bit about the counseling services. You see on the slide, it's a list. It could be pages long, longer than that, but I just wanted to highlight a few of the themes that do arise regularly during our work days. I think the goal of our counselors is to primarily work on building relationships with students and getting our students to a place where they trust us to be the advocate that we see ourselves as being, and to help the students make connections, whether that's making connections with other adults in the building, helping them through social situations. Sometimes it's, helping with, family situations and other things that are happening outside of the school. So the goal for the 4 years that we get to work with our students is to kind of grow together and get to know what their needs are and shift as they shift to help them through difficult situations so that they can reach whatever their goal for post-secondary life looks like. So of the list, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things to kind of share how do we do this. I think one of the earliest meetings that we have with our kids would be the freshman transition conferences. So it's typically near the middle to end of the first quarter of high school. And I absolutely love those meetings. So it's some of the most fun. It starts with 3 basic premises. It's like, what did you expect? Is this living up to your expectations? And what do you want to take from here? Like, where do you want to go from here? But that's when we get an opportunity to know, where the student is coming from, who were they as an 8th grader, how comfortable are they feeling within the building? One big thing that comes up a lot is the social transitions. So some of them have been with the same friends, for a long time because they've had to be, with the smaller schools. So there can be shifts once they get here and they no longer have a class with a friend, and then all of a sudden they're not as friendly with one another anymore. Sometimes those are the issues that rise to the surface. It's going to be far more troublesome than doing math. So taking note of what their concerns are, how they want to grow, what do they want to join, if they have issues with joining things. That's what we're fleshing out in that early meeting. And quite frankly, that will set the tone and set the kind of the agenda of the early stages of the relationship. So those are individual meetings. Later on, we have a variety of curriculum meetings. So for instance, we'll meet with all of our sophomores in the springtime. I want to say, is it spring? I think it's spring. So by sophomore year, we've had a number of opportunities to meet individually, help them through courses, help them, make decisions about extracurricular life. So by sophomore year, we don't want to, push like, okay, it's almost over, and make them too nervous, but we do start talking about life after high school. But guess what? The same issues are there. How are the social relationships going? How are the decisions that the students are making helping or hindering them? So check-ins about how are they developing as independent thinkers and independent doers, and we are supporting them through those situations. So it's not just about like, oh, we're going to meet and talk about picking classes, and oh, we're going to talk about make assumptions that everyone's going to college after high school. It's purely individual, and they're growing at different rates. So that's an important focus of the curriculum meetings. And then in a different vein, I just want to highlight what we do with our PSS teams. So I'm glad that you started off with that history. That was a huge win for us, I'd say, because we really wanted to collaborate with one another in a tighter way. But I think the biggest win was for our students. For those of you who visit our office areas, you'll know that our PSS teams, we live together. But we're not a team per se, but you know, we're a team, but in a different kind of way. But I live with the counselors, the social worker, and the dean that is on my team. So any of our students at any time that come in to seek assistance can really come to any of us. And we also get to know about each other's students because we meet every single week with one another. Sometimes our MTSS coordinator and psychologist that is assigned to us. And we're looking at EWS data. So with the early warning systems, we are very aware of who is showing signs of trouble with attendance, with discipline, and with grades. And we find it out early enough where we can still play a preventative role before things get really out of hand. But we're hearing each other's stories. We are problem solving. We are sharing ideas with one another. We are assigning interventions to our own students and to the students that come to the table. And from there, that's where I think our more intensive work is occurring. So, you know, in a typical day, you know, I may have my scheduled meetings with the students that I have assigned to myself to follow up with 6 to 8 weeks at a time. But we're also dealing with the drop-in students who have a question or two. We are collaborating with other team members, with teachers, with parents, having meetings as needed. And again, I just want to stress that the focus is on individual growth and we insert ourselves as we see fit.
So as Carolyn mentioned, we are very collaborative with our dean and our counselors that we work with. I like to think that social workers are soul surgeons. We are the heart of the school. We are the people who are the forefront of all the crises, of all the emergencies that are taking place. And while it's nice to have a schedule, most often it's not realistic. For instance, I got in Monday morning at 6:55 and was greeted by a student who had run away and unfortunately had slept all night in the parking lot. So Sundays I might come in with an agenda from 8 to 3, but as you can see, it doesn't always work like that. So a big bulk of our job as social workers is to provide the students with the social and emotional support that they need. I'm really excited that we're here today to talk about this, but I think it's imperative that as social workers, this is the job that we've been doing for as long as I can think of. I've been a school social worker for 15 minutes. I'm 15 minutes, it feels like that, but it's been 15 years. I've been a school social worker for 15 years, and I'm happy that the pandemic kind of highlighted this national attention and also destigmatized students actually coming in for support. So there's this understanding now that it's okay to not be okay. So we're seeing an influx of students who are coming in to get these supports. And so what that looks like, if we're not doing risks, we are providing social work group and intensive individual counseling. There is an array of groups that the social workers all offer to enhance the social and emotional needs of our students. We prioritize our freshmen, so we have freshman meet and greets. I think it's imperative that you know that every social worker works with 3 counselors. So I literally have 900 students on my caseload. So it takes a really long time to meet with every single counselor's freshman, just so they know, okay, I'm your social worker, this is what my role is. So we don't push into classrooms to introduce ourselves because we want to make sure that our students know who their supports are and that they feel comfortable coming into our spaces. We also do a lot of hospital discharge meetings. As we know, since the pandemic, there's been a heightened increase in mental health issues. So it's not uncommon that once or twice a week, we're actually doing hospital discharge meetings. And what that looks like is we're working collaboratively with the hospitals so that we can make the students' re-entry as successful as possible. Other things we're doing is a lot of restorative work. Today, I actually had a very amazing conversation with a student and a teacher about some disruption that was going on in the classroom. So I had an opportunity to meet with that teacher and student together to problem solve on how we can make the classroom community seem more safe and welcoming, because we want to make sure that our students are feeling a connectedness to the school community, especially with their classroom teachers. We also push into classrooms to do lessons. Oftentimes our English teachers and the health teachers often ask the social workers to come in and present if they're highlighting a book that might have some serious issues regarding mental illness. So we push into the classes and we give these students the grounding skills that they need should they feel triggered by anything in the book. We talked about the collaboration with the special ed support teams. We often collaborate with the community. We have a big partnership with Thrive in Oak Park Township, and Ginger will go more into detail about that. But one of the biggest things we're excited about is this year we've offered the social workers in the building have presented for PD to our teachers. I'm happy to report that I was one of the leaders this year, and we had a big influx of teachers, and the presentation was on anxiety versus stress, how to recognize anxiety in your students, and most importantly, how do we make accommodations and modifications to meet those children in the classroom. Thank you.
All right, I can see we are already over our full 10-minute time, so I will try to keep this moving for us. In addition to all of the services and supports that you've heard so far that our PSS teams provide to our students, we also have a number of mental health and wellness programming that's taking place in our classrooms and in other spaces throughout our building. So one of those programming, one of those initiatives or programming that you may be familiar with are our new wellness days that we launched last school year. Those really came to fruition after a lot of conversations about the impacts we were seeing from the pandemic. But as everyone else has already mentioned, while we know a lot of those issues really came to the forefront after the pandemic, they were really bubbling up for many, many years, right? So we're excited that we are now in our second year of holding our wellness days. Those take place once a month on the first Thursday of every month. So that would be today as well. So we had one of our wellness days today. Today's wellness activity focused on positive affirmations, just to give you an example of some of the topics we covered. And I heard from a number of teachers throughout the day today about how that activity went. And one teacher shared an anecdote with me about a student who is requesting that they now write a positive affirmation on their board every day to start their class period. So we're really seeing and hearing different ways that the students are appreciating this dedicated, intentional time to focus on their mental health and wellness, and are also finding ways to use those new skills and those new strategies that they're hearing about. This year, we're also partnering with student activities and our Pack Pride Husky Ambassador Program. So following the first Thursday of every month on the first Friday, being tomorrow this month, that group of students is hosting a Wellness Fun Friday, or during the lunch periods and sometimes before school, they are now going to be hosting additional wellness activities to build on the topic that students learned about with their teachers the previous day. So we're trying to find more ways throughout the days and weeks and months to sprinkle throughout the school year when they're receiving more tips, more strategies, and more focus on their wellness and their well-being. As some of my colleagues mentioned, we also have a number of partnerships, both inside and outside of our building, to support our students' mental wellness. So another new partnership that we're excited about this year is with a longtime organization here in Oak Park known as Way Back In. But it is our first time having them in-house in our building in a formal partnership with us. We are working with them this school year to offer substance use prevention and early intervention services for our students. They're offering a twice a week psychoeducational substance use prevention series for our students. And we're in what month of that now? We've had 2-3 months of that programming. We have not had a single student miss those sessions, and have received what I can say in my 9 years here is the most positive feedback from students on their experiences in substance use education sessions, right? You can imagine that can be a hard sell for students to want to attend and then to appreciate after they've attended, but we really are receiving a lot of feedback from our students on, wow, it was different than I thought, and I really did learn some new information, and it made me think about things differently, or gave me some new tools that I can use to make some changes in my life. So we're feeling really good about that partnership moving forward. We are also working with a national organization, but that happens to be here in our state of Illinois, known as Erica's Lighthouse. They are a national mental health education organization. They work with schools and districts across the country, but I think have a special place in their heart for Illinois schools. And we're excited that this semester we're launching their depression education and mental health education program in our health classes. So that's new programming that all of our freshman students are receiving this school year and then moving forward from there. We have a number of mental health education programs also for our parents and families. We know that supporting students' mental health can't end with us in the building, right? We need our parents and our families supporting their students' mental health and their own as well. We know that, right? We always have to put on our own oxygen mask before we can help someone else. So we host a parent university event once a semester with a series of presenters from inside and outside of our building, helping parents learn how to take care of their own mental health and how to support their students' mental health. We also do a monthly newsletter for parents with additional tips and strategies that they can use at home with their students as well. I feel Chris looking at me and it's making me nervous. So I think the last thing I'll say is probably one of our most popular mental wellness programs in our building is when our therapy dogs can come into our building. So we host a number of de-stress with dogs or positivity days. We've been doing this for a number of years since before the pandemic. It started out with dogs coming into our building once a semester. We've now grown it this year where we have dogs coming in 2 to 3 times a month, offering lunchtime events for all of our students to access, but also partnering now with 2 of our special education programs, our SED program and our team program, to have regular therapy dog visits in our building, and we are hoping to grow that from here as well.
Thanks, Ginger. We want to be mindful of time. We could go on the whole evening, and we know that you don't have time for that. I do just want to say what these folks have shared with you is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the services that we're providing for kids on a daily basis. And one of the social workers shared with me a quote the other day that was really profound to me. She was at a conference and she came back with this information that 80% of the mental wellness services that kids receive occur in schools. And that's a really powerful number. And when I walk around my areas and I'm looking at the people that work in student services, everyone is moving. It's a well-oiled machine. It's extremely collaborative, and I'm super proud of the work that we're doing with our students. I want to wrap up for you. I did include in the slideshow some EWS data from Q1. And Carolyn touched a little bit on what that looks like and how we work through our PSS teams to look at that EWS data around grades, around behavior, and around attendance. And kids who are struggling in those areas are oftentimes struggling with mental wellness issues too. So our interventions are assigned based on our EWS data that we pull 8 times a year. And we take a really serious look at it. And so this first slide is just giving you a sense of where kids can fall in that data, whether a kid falls on an on watch, which is kind of a 1.5 tier, tier 2 and tier 3. Every student in the building is receiving tier 1 interventions. Those are things that go for every single student, but the tier 2 and tier 3 are more targeted approaches based on what the student needs and what the interventions are that we have. When you're looking at the breakdown of the data from Q1 from this school, of the students who were polled in EWS data, 67.4% of those students were students of color. So you can see the numbers as they play out. 400 students, 196 white students, special education students are targeted in there too, and then a breakdown with gender for male and female. But the vast majority of the work that our folks are doing in student services are targeted around servicing these kids who we have seen through the data are struggling in one of these 3 areas. In terms of moving forward, we're hoping to develop some robust professional development that both we are providing to the school and that we have more targeted PD for ourselves and the needs that we have. We are doing student focus groups this year, to have student voice in what is it that you need, what is it you want, what is it that we are not providing you. We're hoping to provide lunches for them to get them in, give them a little incentive for coming in and meeting with us and sharing those thoughts with us. And again, just always working to keep student voice in the process. Kalita did not mention we have a new program that the social workers are rolling out called Chew on This, that we're doing around lunch periods or providing snacks, where it's like we come up with a pop-up workshop that's got a mental wellness theme, and we're trying to coordinate with Ginger to like have a monthly theme. And we do want to invite you. I'm not sure what the rules are about this, but we would love to invite you to come and spend an hour or two in student services. And see what it's like, see what the vibe is like in the areas. There's a lot of activity, there's a lot of energy. The thing I don't like the most about my job, and I do love my job, is that I don't get much student contact anymore. And so I love being in a pod. I live with team number 1, and it's really fabulous to see the energy and that the kids come seeking out help and assistance and guidance. It's a place to come. It's not a place that kids don't want to come to. So again, we appreciate your support. We are thrilled that we have a board sitting that is invested in the mental wellness of our students. So we appreciate all that you're doing for us. Thanks.
Yeah, time for questions or comments.
This is super minor, but I didn't understand even in this data what the total was referring to. So you have, for example, you have 27%, 49.6%, 19.1%, which adds up to 95%. I was not clear. Is that like initially when I first read this, I read it as like tier 2, 49.6% of the total students in the school are getting tier 2 supports. And then I was told that it's 306 students. That can't be right. And so I'm assuming that this is total is of the students getting supports.
Yes.
But it still doesn't add up to 100%.
Yes. I'm seeing that you're saying that. I will double check my numbers for sure.
And then similarly, I think the next slide, there is also some confusion. So, so it's, I think the gender might add up, but the other ones, I think so.
Yeah, I think there was a slight discrepancy with this between the students of color and white students. There was like a 2%
Yeah,
distance.
and it's the 95% versus 100%. I'm not so worried about, but just in terms of the clarity of like total students receiving supports, if it had said that more explicitly, I would not have misread the slide initially.
Right.
So
Thank you. I appreciate that input. I'll get back to you with the numbers.
Questions? Fred, please.
Sure. I have a couple comment questions. First, I think you guys probably know that mental health has been something that's forward on the board's thinking, and it's one of the things that's front center on our plate of work. I got one specific thing on the early warning system. Because you're working with data, all right, and I'm concerned about kids that may get past the data, all right, that may not present, okay, whether it's attendance or grades or somebody's grades will be, but still struggle with mental health issues. How can we identify them, all right, and make sure that they're getting whatever supports that they need?
So in addition to the early warning system, we are running actually next week our Panorama Universal Screener, which will be for every student in the school. They'll take it during advisory, and that one is specifically questioning topics that deal with mental wellness. And so we will be using that screener along with the EWS in case there were students who weren't picked up because of attendance, behavior, or grades.
And no, too, one of the slides I was trying to be mindful of time, but one of the slides that I kind of slid over was how students are identified to receive services, and students can self-identify. We have students come in all the time, drop-in students who come in to say, oh my God, I'm super stressed out about this, or I'm struggling with this, or I'm starting to see a therapist. Students can identify, parents and guardians can collaboratively work with the team and make referrals. Our faculty and staff are wonderful at helping us see. They're in the trenches every day in the classes. They're seeing the kids every single day. And so they've been fabulous on, hey, I've got a kid in my class who seems to be struggling. Can I have the counselor do some outreach? So in addition to what we're doing with the EWS, in addition to how we're identifying the kids through something like Panorama and focus groups and all of those kinds of things, we have kids that are just stopping in on a regular basis to say, I need some help, I need to problem solve, I need some assistance with this. And so it makes for a hopping day for sure. The day goes by very quickly.
Is there a mechanism for adults in the building who work with certain students or with students who say, you know what, something's off with this particular student, and you know, and I know it becomes a very sensitive subject, but is there a way for that adult, all right, to get the student into some type of support system?
In addition to faculty and staff, we have coaches who are reaching out to us. Anybody who's interacting with kids who reaches out to say, hey, something seems not right with this kid, or this kid all of a sudden is super tired and they're sleeping all the time in my class. Or the kid mentioned something about wondering how they could get lunch or breakfast. Like there's all sorts of things that teachers will say. Typically they'll start with the counselor, and the counselor then, because we're kind of a hub and we're working with all parts of the building, we're working with the parent outreach coordinator, we're working with the trauma informed specialist, we're getting their SPED team involved. It becomes a team of people who are working to support that kid around whatever that issue is that's been brought forward.
Okay, two other quick thing items. Number one, I remember going through the planning process and interview process with the park district when they were doing the initial planning for the community center. And a big part of that was to have facilities there where kids could have mental health services provided off campus. All right, I'm wondering if it has, I mean, it's open, they've opened. Is there anything that's going on? Is there collaboration with the park district in their facilities, or with some of the other, you know, community organizations, whether it's Thrive or the township or whoever it might be, you know, offsite? Is that happening? Because I remember that was a very specific part of that plan.
We do have a lot of our students who are being serviced through Oak Park Township. In fact, Oak Park Township actually comes into the building, so students have an option to have therapy sessions during their study hall or their lunch periods. And then we work very collaboratively with Thrive, who also are providing services in the community. But Oak Park Township has that offer to come into the school to provide students with those services, but they have extended their hours this year, so that they're seeing later to like 7 or 8, so that students who are involved in extracurricular activities can still access those services.
I wanted to add, we've also had a few opportunities where staff from the Parks District and from the new CRC have been in our building with a table and promotional materials. So getting the word out to our students and to our families about those new opportunities. So just coming up in a couple of weeks is our next Parent University event. And they're going to be one of the partnerships that's going to be highlighted, again, to continue to get that word out, because not everyone is as familiar as you are with that being one of their focus areas. And so we are partnering with them to help get that word out for our students and families.
And our parent university is part of the D200 mental wellness collaborative, and that's a bunch of community organizations that work to put that parent university on. And last month was the first time we had a meeting at the CRC with some of these community organizations with the task that you just said. How do we support these kids in the after school hours, not just with mental health kinds of programming, but also with activities and things to do and things to be involved with, and a place to go where the kids feel safe and comfortable and have people that they can talk to and just kind of expand their days. And we're meeting on a regular basis. Last month was the first meeting, and it's got D90 and D97. It's got all of the mental wellness organizations from the community. And I think it's going to be something, I hope it grows into something really good. It's a beautiful facility. And I would love to see our kids in that space.
And then one last question. I remember that April board meeting in 2015, although I wasn't on the board at
You
the
were
time.
coming on the board, right?
I was just coming, like, I was sitting back there in the audience, and if I recall, the administration had come forward with a plan just to add one counselor. And you were advocating for the entire PSS team, and the board agreed that that's what, you can't change the whole thing. You know, you can't not be, compliant with the program that we put together. So this is really a question for you guys, is that, what else can we do for you? What else do you need?
How much time do we have?
Because I think this is something, I know, I won't speak for the rest of the board, but I will speak for myself, that this is a very important area where I think that we need to invest. So just don't, old time, when I first started my business career, I met an old time retail guy, and he said, Freddie, he goes, don't forget, always in business, all right, if you don't ask, you don't get. So please don't.
We are happy to put together a wish list. We can come back 2 weeks from now. We really appreciate it. This is a hardworking crew, and they do everything that they do with kids at the center. And it is inspirational to me every day to be working side by side with these folks, and to see the kids blossom and to see the kids bloom and learn and grow. It's just amazing. And again, we really would love to have you guys come. We'll feed you lunch, but we would love to have you come and just feel what it's like to be in those areas, because it's a pretty powerful space.
I just have, yeah, hi, just one comment and one quick question. So comment wise, just encourage you doing. I definitely see the difference. I have a sophomore here, and the way he talks about mental health and talks about stress and the culture piece, what you're doing is also, I think, really helping students to be able to, one, express what their needs are, and then knowing that those resources are available for them to actually help us be stressed. So kudos for that. And with the parent university, I think it's really great to get parents involved. What level of engagement are you seeing? Maybe are you seeing parents that are showing up, or what opportunities do you see? But just curious how that's going.
I would say, so they're offered twice a year right now, one in fall semester, one in spring semester. I would say we typically have about 200 parents attend, right? Would you say that's accurate? It sometimes fluctuates based on the weather for the night, right? We have a storm that hits happened at one of our events. But I would say we're very pleased with the turnout for the night, and we are also continually working on identifying new speakers and topics that are going to really speak to parents and current needs of their students and their families, to encourage more parents to come out. So it's certainly something we're always looking to grow, but we do feel like we're seeing some great turnout at those events also. Thanks.
Two comments and a question. I'm really struck by the sheer volume, the number of activities and initiatives and programs and people that are involved in supporting all of those things is extraordinary. I didn't know 90% of this, and so I really appreciate this presentation. You're right that as a board, this is absolutely one of our, if not the highest priority for many of us, and it's really gratifying to learn more about the plethora of things that we are doing. I think for me, the kind of the top line, the headline takeaway from the presentation is how active it all is. There's nothing passive at all in what we are doing. We are actively seeking out through the early warning system kids that are in need of supports and help, and that's fantastic. You're also actively seeking out student feedback. How can we do this better next time? Or is this something that we should not be doing anymore? How can we deliver these services better for students? And that's not always easy to do. The feedback can sometimes be hard to hear, I'm sure. So kudos to you for putting in place that virtuous cycle. And the fact that you are, it sounds to me like you are not, you're not resting, you are on the lookout for more and more
There is no
new
rest,
things.
yeah.
But you're not sort of saying, okay, we got this. You're saying that we're doing okay and we need to continue to do more. And that's, that is absolutely the right approach. So that's my first comment. My second comment is I completely agree with Fred. We want to support you. This is a high priority for us. I don't want you to wait for next school year to bring us, things that you need. Well, I'm not either.
Okay, that's good.
Please do.
Yeah, okay.
Please do. It's that important.
Thank you.
And we want that. And finally, a question. As I've known about Parent University, and I think that there's a kind of family and a kind of parent that thinks, okay, Parent University is fine, but it's not for me. Because my kids are in crisis and my family doesn't need that, or, we've got things under control. My kids are doing fine. And then all of a sudden you wake up one day and you realize we're not doing fine and we need help. And so my question for you is sort of what is the one sentence or, headline message that you would want to give to families in our community when they wake up or when they have that realization of, okay, we've got a crisis here and I need help and I don't know who to turn to at the school. Who should they call first? What's the path for a parent in that situation?
I would say, call the counselor first. Like when we first start meeting with kids, when they are still in 8th grade, it's like, this is your contact person. This is the place to start. And if the counselor can help with the issue at hand, fabulous. If they can't, they will know who can help. I would say being proactive is so incredibly important because to your point, when you need help, it's like, whoa, I should have gone to that parent university, or I should have done this, or I should have done that. When you're in a crisis, you're in a crisis. And then it's like, where do I go now? I've presented with one of our other social workers for the last couple of years on a spring session. It's called Launching Your Senior, Navigating Life as a Parent Post-Secondary. And the feedback we kept getting was, this was fabulous. However, could we have one at the beginning of the senior year? Or how to live through the senior year. And so we're doing one, the two of us are doing one this year because parents were saying, yeah, this is all great. And yeah, it is hard in that early adult years to like parent a kid who's off to college, in the workplace, in the military, but they still need your support. It's hard. So we are doing one, how to survive that senior year, how to help get your senior launched, and have a successful year. So we're listening to that feedback, but again, it's like, I can't tell you when I was working as a counselor, the number of times I would get a parent call me, their child was already in college, they're 600 miles away, and they're like, we're having a crisis. They're calling me, the kid is graduated, they're in college, they're away from home. What should I do? Who should I call? Where should I call? And I'm like online, on the college website, trying to figure out where their mental health, like I'm partnering with that parent. Because we didn't predict that this was gonna happen, but it did. So I feel like that speaks to volumes to the work that people do, that families still continue to reach back out to us to say, we need help now, can you help us? It's like, yeah, absolutely. What can I do? What do you need?
And there are no silly questions either. I think that's the other part of building a relationship from 8th grade, because we're gonna meet our new families in January, and we're with them until that. But being very explicit about the fact that there's no dumb question. You don't know what you don't know, and you start with me, and or start with you, or start with you. Like, we're not territorial in that way at all. We don't care who you start with. We just want to make sure that you touch base with us and just know that we know who knows what, and so we're going to team together on behalf of the student and the family.
Oftentimes, the social workers and the counselors, we actually go to home visits. Like, we actually show up in our families' homes because sometimes the mental illness can be so debilitating and so crippling that the kids can't actually like come to school. And so we bring the services to the home, and parents find that so comforting. And it's not formal. We sit at the kitchen table. I've sat in living rooms, and we just make up a plan. And I think it really means a lot to the families to see, wow, you actually come into my home and help. And actually that works for the student, like the students see that we cared enough about them to come into their home and to try our best to get them in. So there's nothing that we will not do to support our students.
One thing to note too, as you're speaking to just people in the community, we take the feedback that parents give us as well. So if there's something or anything that they don't feel is being reach out to us to let us know what it is that you need, because a lot of the sessions are fueled by the comments that parents leave with us. And it is called Parent University. If you are a parent, you can come. So that's how it's not who's giving it, it's if you're a parent, it is for you.
And I guess one last comment I would add is I cannot stress the importance of strong relationships. Relationships that we as student services personnel have with students, but what we have with families too, because we have families who are in very vulnerable situations. And it is extremely hard to reach out and share those things that are really, really vulnerable and stressful and just awful situations that are happening with families. And to have someone in the building that they feel like, okay, I'm gonna call Miss Ojigatu. She's gonna be able to help me. She's gonna be able to let us know what our next step is. To me, that is like the most important thing to do. And it is so hard because again, it puts a family in a vulnerable position. I have to share these things, these situations, you know, Kalita talking about going into a family's home. That's intimate, that's private. That's like stuff's going on there that you don't necessarily want everybody to know, but it is so powerful. And that's where those, the machine can start working in terms of getting the services, getting the support, connecting with community organizations. There's just so many ways. The people in student services are so connected and webbed with people in the community that it is very easy. And because we're so collaborative, it's like, I've got a situation, I've got a family in the situation. Has anybody had this? Yeah, oh yeah, this is, call this person at this place. And then boom, services are in place. So yeah, it's all about a relationship. Once that relationship is established, oh my God, I still run into people. Fred was a parent, Tom was a parent, but I run into people at Jewel, like, oh my God, your kid graduated in 2004. Oh, you know, where there's still a relationship there to say, here, they're married, they have kids, and you know, they're showing you pictures. And it's just, that relationship is so important because that's the foundation that you build, that you have that trust that you can share these things and everybody can partner together to help the students.
So I also wanted to thank you for being there, and also echo other fellow board members. We hope to see you back frequently.
Oh, wow.
Multiple wish lists. I did want to, just because I want to take this aspect of this hard work for granted, I did want to ask about what's being done in continuing the good work, destigmatizing, just asking for help and seeking mental health help. I think that though we've made great inroads in taking apart some of these very powerful societal norms that, when they are powerful, I think they're tethered to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. These things that inform our collective imaginaries in this country, like very powerful things that are hard to undo. So I think I'm just curious about what's your team's mindset and how you approach this on a daily basis, and be mindful of having also being very deliberate in making in a robust marketing, almost like a campaign, and not assume that work's done, that's always got to be, really chiseled away at while you're doing all the other stuff too.
Can I share a quick story? So our PSS teams, we have dean's aides. And so these are students who are in our offices and they're running passes and they're helping the secretaries with little work here and there. So I've had a student who's new to the school this year and he's watched the doors swing open, it's a revolving door. And finally yesterday he came in and he was like, you know, I know I'm a dean's aide and we've never met, but I'd like to come in and share my story with you. And so kids now, it's almost like this vibe that I'm a therapist. I'm going to see my social worker. And these mental wellness days, like today, that positive affirmation, like kids are buying into that. These kids aren't laying their heads down, they're participating. Ginger is doing a phenomenal job of making sure that these days are very interactive. And so it is sending this message that it's okay to not be okay. We aren't advertising posters around the building to say that, but we are advertising the different groups that we're running. So there can be kids on any given day saying, hey, Ms. Hines, I heard you're running a group called Conversations versus Confrontation. Tell me a little bit more about that. And it's just a way to get kids to come in and talk about mental health in a way that's fun, like chew on this. So we're making it not seem so hot. Like a lot of kids are scared that if they speak up and if they share, I'm having suicidal thoughts, I'm depressed, there's this idea that they're gonna go right into the hospital. So we're really trying to stay away from that lingo and naming things like depression and anxiety, but just naming that chew on this. Let's talk about positive affirmations. Let's talk about how do we be social without that fear. So our groups are getting more and more popular. Parents are reading about it online, kids are talking about it. And so seeing a social worker in the body is kind of cool.
Exactly. I'm sorry, Ginger. Just one thing I wanted to also speak on the destigmatizing. As much as we may not think that students are absorbing what we say or do in our houses, I call it the cloak of secrecy. Like it matters more what it looks like than what it really is. And that is something that can be dangerous for our students because then they don't want to speak up because we were told you don't say that here or you don't reach out. And so we have to understand too, there's a large amount of confidentiality that happens in this space. So even when students are seeing things happening, they're not seeing what that student is saying or what's happening in that space, but they're seeing kids changing as they're having these interactions. And that is giving them the courage to say, maybe they can help me, or maybe I could say this and it'll be a safe space for me in there. And I encourage families to not be frightened by that and to give children an outlet. And that's at the school. As we act in local Brentus, it's important for kids to trust us enough to tell those things they may not have felt comfortable doing before. So I did want to just mention that so that we can encourage our families that this is a safe space to have those conversations.
I was just gonna, first I would certainly echo everything that Kalita and Linda shared. And I was also gonna add, in addition to that, I think another strategy in breaking down that stigma is continuing to build our student leadership and our student advocacy around these issues, right? So really having students hear from other students, that it's important to take care of your mental health and it's important to recognize when you need help and to get that help that you need. I help to lead one of our student leadership program that's called HYPE. It stands for Healthy Youth Peer Educators. So it's a peer educator leadership program specifically around mental wellness. I remember starting this program 8 years ago, I guess. And this year I have 45 student leaders in that program. So we've really seen the increase in the number of students who want to step into that leadership role and then the reach that we can have into the building. So I work with those students year round and provide them different leadership trainings, and then they go into classes and present workshops on different mental wellness topics. So in addition to all of the great work that you heard our team talking about and our classroom teachers are doing, we also have students speaking up and giving this information and sharing this information out to their students. I mentioned before, we also have a newer group called the Pack Pride Husky Ambassadors, another student leadership group that is stepping up and helping to lead some mental wellness activities in the building as well. So we're really working on students hearing from other students. We know that no matter how much the adults talk about this, that's what really is going to make the difference is when students hear from other students about how important it is to focus on your mental health and focus on your mental wellness.
Leadership launch as well. Yeah, our leadership launch program has been amazing. And those are, juniors and seniors who are also in classrooms, mostly with our freshmen. And just being very positive role models, they get the ear of, they're the ear for these students, who often want to end up, when they grow up, be a leadership launch leader as well, you know, but a lot of referrals are coming from them. And then how many students do you have that just bring a friend, you know, so I mean, they are,
Very brave.
yeah, it's just very courageous and very supportive of their friends. So sometimes they're the referral.
And I would just add one more thing, and I'm gonna go right back to the relationships, sorry, I know we're way over time, but I'm so sorry. I would just have one more thing, and it's going back to the relationship piece. So I supervise the people in student services, and so I'm doing observations, so I go in and I'll sit in on a time where somebody's talking to a kid. So I've watched several of these freshman transition conferences. Some of them have been a hoot. It's very hard for me to like just type and not like jump in. And a couple of times I have jumped into the conversation because it's been so interesting and I'm starved for learning students. But when you, sometimes it's as simple as being present. It's just being present and having a conversation with a kid about, hey, happy Halloween. Oh, are you going trick or treating tonight? And then the conversation launches into this whole big thing about what's the best candy and who should blah, 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 blah. So it seems like a seemingly kind of innocuous conversation, but you're developing that relationship with that kid so that when the kid is struggling, they know this is a person that they can talk to. And I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna try to say something really big, and this person is gonna be present. They're gonna sit with it. I watch these folks every day. They're experiencing trauma from listening to the trauma. But they do not close their doors. They do not turn away. They say, the kid shows up and says, and they're in the middle of 500 million things at one time, and the kid says, hey, do you have a minute? They're like, absolutely, I've been waiting for you. And in comes the kid. And that is like the magic of it. It's the relationships. If you have that relationship, they will trust you and they will come. And it's just, a lot of it's just being present.
Graham, do you have anything?
My erudite colleagues here hit the set.
I just want, because I haven't gotten, I mean, just so that everyone have a chance,
Please.
Right. And then we'll kind of, so I had a couple.
We're
quick-
coming back, so we can.
yeah, so yeah, we have a board goal and it, you know, so there will be further work because we understand this. The second thing is really a PSA, a really, iGov, which you may or may not know about. Marianne is now the chair of iGov, which is the different boards from in Oak Park, the 97 and the library, etc. Has their number one objective this year is mental wellness and putting together something which hasn't been fully defined, but clearly there will be a need here to offer up and take all that's been shared and have a way of letting people know what we have to offer. It's another opportunity, so that's just kind of a signal of how the dialogue is beyond this board, but it's throughout the community. My question is kind of a flip to another area, which is we put together the whole concept of advisory, and I've been through a few cycles with the intent of it being a foothold of relationship to our students, and having that, and I remember hearing feedback that, you know, some enjoy it, some students got something out of it, some didn't. You know, some teachers are more comfortable teaching math and not being counselors. So I'm just curious where advisory fits into feeding you in your work, or what's your response to kind of that?
There's a lot fewer pieces of pie this year because we've gone down to 2 days of advisory as opposed to 5 days of advisory. Student services was using that, pushing into it almost daily. The expectation that we had for counselors and social workers is when the advisory bell rings, you are going to advisory too. and you're rotating through your classes, whatever's a pertinent topic for seniors or for freshmen or whatever, social workers are pushing in, doing some short lessons. And we've lost that because everybody wants a piece of that pie. I was very sad when we lost that.
I was gonna say, oh, okay. Jen.
I would just give an example. I think, I mean, I would agree, I think with your brief summary that, some students and staff perhaps are finding more usefulness of that time than others, but I think one way we've been trying to access and utilize that time is by, offering some extension activities that advisory teachers can utilize if they do have time, with the other demands that sometimes are on advisory, sometimes there are surveys and other tasks that we need advisory teachers to complete with us, for all of our students. But we have offered, this semester, for example, several like extension activities for our wellness activities. So one activity that I think was particularly successful this year was, at the start of the year, September is National Suicide Prevention Month. So you may be aware, and so we offered an activity, where advisory classes could participate in what's called the Post-it project, where students could write like an inspiring message or a message of support for fellow students anonymously, but for fellow students who may be struggling with their mental health. And they were displayed in this huge banner in the Student Center for weeks that said, you are enough or you are worthy, I think was what the students landed on. And I would say dozens of advisories participated in that activity and had students complete the Post-it notes, talk about suicide prevention strategies. So it's just one example. It's not happening daily in advisory because of some of the other constraints, the time constraints, but it is something that we're trying to sprinkle in throughout the year in our advisory classes.
Just some two quick things. One is jumping off of one thing Fred was asking about pushing in, or about how you learn about things. So pediatricians do depression screenings, anxiety screenings, but I'm assuming because of HIPAA, they can't communicate to you, right? So they can't reach out to the schools with that information. But it strikes me that if parents knew that it would be useful to potentially convey information from a pediatric screening to your office, that parents would be able to do that. Is there a mechanism for that? And is there, if that is a thing, or if it can become a thing, maybe that's something parents could be educated about. I mean, it's just, occurring to me, like, no one tells us as parents, like, if this shows up at the pediatrician's office, be sure to let the school counselor know as well, right? And that might be a help. So I just wanted to put that on the radar, I guess. And then my other question was about the, when you're doing your request, it would be helpful for me if it was broken down into, sort of urgent needs, significant, that kind of thing, right? Like not just a wish list, but a categorized wish list. And I was very struck by what you said about 900 freshman meetings. That's I meet with 100 students and I'm so exhausted at the end of 100. So it just seems an overwhelming workload. So you're talking about advisory sessions being, like wanting more of those, but if what we really need is more staff, like there are a lot of different pieces to the puzzle, right? And so if you could highlight for us what would be most immediately helpful. And I'll just say my daughter had trouble freshman year and her friends harassed her into going to the counselor and it took them a few days, but I think that speaks to the effectiveness of your destigmatization. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your time. And
Thank you.
and this is we'll talk more.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night.
I know. I saw you really it's so shiny. I looked at this little thing red.
Okay, our next topic is employee demographics. All these trends with the
Okay, so this is a return topic to the board from earlier this semester. Dr. Sanders is here along with our Public Relations and Recruitment, Janelle Bishop. To discuss the demographic support and overall demographics of school, as far as faculty and staff are concerned, as well as efforts that we are doing towards retention. This is related to strategic plan priorities 1 and 3, certainly related to the newly drafted board goal for equity, and this is about 5 and 10. So I'll turn over to Dr. Sanders.
Thank you. Historically, this report was named the new hire demographics report and was presented to the board after the hiring season was over. So at the end of August. So initially it was just the breakdown of all new hires by demographics. And then gradually it's been added to show the comparison between the overall employee demographic in the district. So at board request this year, the report has been expanded to include a comparison of faculty and employee demographics, student demographics. We've also added demographic trends for the overall workforce and faculty, new hire trends for faculty and staff. Also showed retention trends for the overall workforce and faculty specifically. And also we will talk about, we'll provide an overview of our recruitment and retention efforts. I just wanted to, can you put the.
Yeah, I'm bringing it up, yeah. I lost my Zoom.
That's fine. So, while it was stated before that the overarching goal of the district is for the employee demographics and faculty demographics to reflect the demographics of the student, this has never been a specific goal stated in the strategic plan. And I don't know the history of it, but I would suspect the reason for it is that it's a moving target because employee demographics changes from year to year, but also student demographics changes from year to year. So instead, what we have in the strategic plan currently, we have specific percentages. For faculty of color, the goal is by July 2025 to increase the representation of faculty of color to 35% of all faculty. For all employees, which also includes faculty, by July 2025, the goal is to increase representation of employees of color to 50% of all employees. And we also have a goal related to retention. Their goal is stated in terms of all employees without specifying employees of color, but our overall goal is by July 2025, increase employee retention rate to 90%. So the presentation provides a number of different data points. I will not spend a lot of time discussing each of the graphs, but you probably have a presentation in front of you. So the first few slides give you the breakdown starting in 2018, 2019, comparing student demographics to faculty demographics and student demographics to demographics of all employees. And then after each slide, there is after each of these pie charts that show the breakdown of demographics, we also have an analysis of what the gap is for each of the years. So everything that is on the right-hand side shows where we currently are overrepresented compared to student demographics, and everything that is on the left shows where we are underrepresented. So I will give an example. So right here, this graph, that's the difference between employee and student demographics as it was in 2019. This has been done for each of the past 5 years. So I will, in the interest of time, I will move on to the current year. Okay. So that's where we are currently. That's the difference between employees and student demographics. And actually I wanted to show you. Okay, so here we have both employees and faculty. And you can see everything that is to the right of the graph shows where we are represented. And it's not a secret that the biggest area where the demographics of employees is higher in the white category is our faculty. But we will now show you exactly what happened as far as the goal, the strategic goal of increasing the representation of faculty of color. So you can see in 2018-2019, faculty of color were 23%, and in 5 years, the representation increased to 28%. So in the same in black, you can kind of see percentage of where we were in terms of the goal of 35%. So in 18-19, the gap was 12%. By 23-24, it has decreased to 7%. The same thing happened was the same thing that happened with employees. Back in 2018-2019, the percentage of all employees of color was 39. When we look at all employees of color in 23-24, they represent 50%. And so that gap of the goal of 50% has decreased from 11% in 2019 to 6% in 23-24. These graphs to show you the trends, and when we talk about percentages, you see in some years we hire very few faculty overall. So the percentages of when you hire 9 people overall, so 60% could be a lot, right? But it's in terms of numbers, it's not a lot. So that kind of explains why it's gradual, percent by percent, each year that we see the change. The same thing is when you employ, you can see the trends. Everything in orange represents employees of color and how many were hired each year, and you can sort of see the trend. Again, all employees include faculty. So if we were just looking at all other employees, the percentages would be higher. And we wanted to show this to you by giving you a snapshot of what we have in 2023. All employee demographics broken down by employee category. So you can see that still white faculty on the highest proportion, and they're currently at 72%. And if we look at all other categories, we have a much higher representation of employees of color. You can see it broken down for each of the categories. And lastly, I wanted to talk about retention. So our retention, especially with teachers, has historically been very good. When you look at 2018-2019, we were at 94% for both employees, for both faculty, overall faculty and faculty of color. During the pandemic, that rate has gone down, but even during that period, it was down to as Great Resignation. Our retention rate for faculty of color was 89 in 2021 and 90% in 21-22. And now we're back on the upward scale. It has increased to 94% in the last school year. So here we sort of see the opposite trend. All our employees of color have higher representation compared to faculty, but faculty has a better retention rate compared to other employees. So that is indicative of the work that we need to do to retain support staff and specifically support staff of color. And now I'll pass it to Janelle to talk about some of the retention efforts and recruitment efforts we have specifically for faculty in place.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. We'll go really fast. So, when we think about the district's efforts around retention and recruitment, I want to start with first just the creation of the position that I hold, the Director of Employee Relations and Recruitment, which was added to the Human Resources Department to support the work that Roxana does. Specifically, I am able to place great focus and emphasis on our recruitment and retention efforts. When we talk about recruitment, I like to talk about it in 4 main focus areas: onboarding, engagement, appreciation, and wellness. On onboarding, how do we start them out? Oftentimes, how we welcome someone and how we start them out is indicative of what their time will be like here. How do we engage them once they are here? How are we talking to them? How are we learning about their experiences? How do we show our gratitude for the work that they do and what they contribute to this institution? And lastly, but definitely not least, is how are they? How are they doing? And are they physically, mentally, and emotionally well enough to show up every day and do this very difficult job? So on the next slides are just examples of the efforts that we are employing behind each of these areas. So here we talk about what we do currently for onboarding, about the 4-day orientation that we hold for teachers and administrators. That it's very well received. We always get a lot of really positive feedback. We have a very robust mentoring program for first and second year teachers. And we've also started doing an actual orientation meeting for support staff, usually because they are starting throughout all different times of the year. It's hard to hold an orientation session. So we are now gathering them up as we've had, 5 or 10 start around the same time and doing an official welcome to them. And that has also been very positively received. In terms of how we engage our staff, it's been really beneficial for me, even in this role, to be able to sit in my office or go into other spaces and engage in conversation with people about their experiences and how it feels to be employed here. I am conducting in-person stay interviews with first and second year teachers. I also conduct in-person exit interviews, learning why is it that a person has chosen to leave here. I have conducted and plan to conduct more employee focus groups, engaging with whole departments and small group sessions also about their experiences working here. And these conversations have allowed for me to learn things that probably would never come up, especially with people who are just starting to work here because they may not want to tell anybody. And it allows me to grab at some low-hanging fruit type of things that have been bothering somebody in their start here that we could address immediately, as well as some, even larger problems that we probably might not have been aware of because they just didn't feel comfortable or have somebody asking them, tell me how it's going. Who do you go to for support? Do you feel you have a trusted person in the building that you can go to? And with that, I am also able to provide individual support for employees. I have people that come to the office that say, I'm really glad you're here. Can I just talk to you about this? I don't even want you to do anything, but I need someone to just listen and help me process. I've done a lot of that, as well as other needs that show up at the door that I've been able to work with other staff in the building to assist. As we know, our retention efforts are not just the human resources. It's not just the role of the job of the human resources department, but it's a building-wide responsibility. And so our superintendent has been holding sessions, allowing faculty and staff to come and just share their thoughts, ideas, concerns. Our principal has been doing the same thing so that people
get used to the ability to go and say how they feel or give an idea and really feel listened to and heard by our upper level administration. From the principal's office, there has been a really specific effort around building the culture and improving the culture of our building. I'm sure you've heard of the COW and a lot of other efforts around that, and even a specific committee that has been formed of the people, the stakeholders here in the building who are on the ground doing the work, coming together, sharing experiences, sharing ideas, and developing action plans on how to improve the culture here. Some future engagement efforts that we would like to embark upon more of are holding affinity groups, developing a mentor program. So thinking about how we do a mentor program for first and second year teachers, developing a mentor program for support staff and administrators, and also executing some employee experience surveys so that we can really get some, I can talk to you all day about the anecdotal data that I get when I am talking to people in my office, but really gathering more data, building wide about how people feel about working here. Next is employee appreciation, which is a fun part of my job, is figuring out ways to show the people that work here our gratitude for their work, their contributions, and the time and efforts that they give to this building. And there's a list of things there that I don't have to go much into, but we have really applied a larger focus in this area from the principal's office and the weekly teacher appreciation week activities, our employee recognition that you all acknowledge here every month, and various other appreciation opportunities throughout the year. We've even amped up our years of service gifts, which people had some opinions about in the past, and we have sought some feedback from others and improved those. Our district leadership team sends personalized birthday cards to all employees. So just things like that, so that the people here know that they are thought about, they are cared for, and we appreciate them. And the wellness of our staff is so important. We just heard a wonderful presentation about the focus around student wellness. And I want to add that not only are those activities that they mentioned helping with our student wellness, but the adults who have to facilitate all of those activities, those things are helping them as well. And I have heard adults talking about how much benefit they get from doing those wellness activities with the kids. Here is a list of other resources that we are looking to have looked to provide our staff to ensure that they know that we see you, we know that we are living in hard times, and here are resources at your fingertips to help you feel physically, mentally, and emotionally well in order to do your job here. And there is a nice list of some of the things that are on there. Now, I like to talk about, when we're on this topic, we tend to say recruitment and retention. I start with retention first because in my mind, I want to know how to keep a person here before we go out and ask them to come and work here, which is why I start with retention and then go to recruitment. Here are the things that we are doing around recruitment. We want to focus on improving our hiring practices such that we have a diverse pool of candidates from which to choose. And then our selection committee trained to be able to select a diverse, highly qualified candidate. So we have held our own in-house recruitment fairs where we have brought people in, as well as going out to job fairs, which we are doing as well. We've held our own to recruit teachers and substitutes because there is a shortage. It's very successful, the last one that we did last year. We are attending job fairs still, including branching out to attend more HBCU job fairs. We are posting our position on various sources, trying to increase our social media presence. And specialized job boards that focus on candidates of color. And with our interview process, we are really working hard to make sure that the people at the table that are selecting our candidates come from diverse backgrounds and that they participate in implicit bias training so that we can become more aware of our own biases and how it impacts how we select a candidate. And so we have been working to train our staff on that, and we are structuring our interview process and our interview questions so that there's a bit more consistency from committee to committee. We are also using a behavioral assessment tool that matches potential candidates to positions and just helps us find a better way to find candidates who are a better match for our positions. Future goals for our recruitment practices is to continue updating our recruitment materials that appeal to a more diverse candidate pool. Again, increasing our website and social media presence and more outreach to college and universities to develop relationships and pipelines for student teaching and subsequent potential career opportunities. So you all have.
Thank you for the presentation and for the information. Just some of the things that you enjoyed from an engagement perspective. You mentioned that in the future we'll get an experience survey. Do you have any way of collecting employee sentiment now, or it's just via conversations, or is there any like current tool or survey that you use?
We don't have a current survey yet. We are in the process of assessing a couple of different providers to get one.
Okay. And then on the orientation side, you mentioned you were starting orientation for staff. What's involved with that? I know I had a chance to even just be able to kick off one of your teacher orientation days. It seems great. What have you put in place for your staff?
So for staff, we hold a meeting. Most of the time they've already started. So when we invite them to this, I've sent out a survey asking what are some things that you need to know, that you've been working here a month or a couple of weeks and you still don't know it. So that actually allows us to tailor what we talk about in the orientation survey, because most of them have already started. And we found that people go quite a bit of time here and are still wondering, I don't actually know how to be absent if I need to be absent, or things like that. And so we've been able to tailor the conversation, and we talk about, how to submit your time, how to submit your absences, how to read your paycheck, different benefits that are offered based on the various unions that they are a part of or groups that they are a part of. We have a welcome gift, which is a first. We again have applied a lot of attention to teachers and administrators and not as much to non-teaching and non-administrative staff. So those are things that we try to cover in the orientation process.
Thank you. And then I said, just some questions in terms of the data with respect to tracking your retention rates. The retention is much easier to keep people than it is people have to try to sometimes go out and replace them. But when you're looking at, we put together kind of all the faculty of color or all the other staff of color. Do you have a sense of whether there are any challenges with any one group within that people of color demographics? So because you see the overall, but is there any one group that you find more difficult or, more challenging to retain?
No, I wouldn't say that. It's overall support staff, and I think it has changed dramatically after the pandemic. I've personally talked to a number of people who have experienced staying at home and working from home, and I lost a member of my team to working from home situation. So people have reevaluated what they want to do and how they want to do. And so with teachers, I think it's a little easier to retain teachers because you have the tenure system. With support staff, you can win many positions that don't require licensure. You can go and work in an industry, you can work, in a flexible work arrangement, you can work fully remotely. So that's what we see people do.
So I actually was very struck by your faculty of color retention rate being so good. I was really impressed because at the university level, it's a huge problem that they try to hire diversely, and then it's not a supportive or inclusive environment, and faculty of color just leave. They think they're going to settle down there and they leave a few years later. And so I think you should take credit for the school is doing a good job in supporting those faculty. So that's great. In terms of the overall numbers of Black faculty in particular, not matching our student demographics yet. So we had a huge challenge on the library board. We worked on this for a long time with librarians, and we kept running into what seemed to be a pipeline problem, right? And for lower tier library jobs, we could get equitable positions, but there were not very many people who had gone through the library certification process. And there was a lot of competition for Black librarians. So I'm glad to see that you're pushing into the HCBUs. And I suspect you're just gonna have to do more of that kind of thing. But it's a tough problem, so I guess I just wanted to acknowledge that. And would you attribute it to, I guess that's my question, is would you attribute it to a pipeline problem? Is that what you're seeing there?
Absolutely, and it's not unique to Oak Park and River Forest, it's across the nation, not just not even in Illinois. And it also varies dramatically by subject area. So it's a lot easier to say, fine, highly qualified teacher of color who has an English major or social studies, as opposed to somebody who is a science teacher. Very, very seldom you can find.
And then that's very interesting. But and then I would say one way we were trying to address that at the library was people who did not yet have their library degree in-house, providing educational funds for them to go to school and basically grow our own. Is there any kind of structural mechanism for that here?
So not for employees, we have talked about it. So, but what we currently have, and Dr. Fiorenza can talk a lot better than I can, but we have a pipeline for students where they can, educational career paths, where we have an agreement with Concordia University. And so our hope is that, they will go into education and then one day come back and teach, park and forest, but, definitely something for support staff, it's something we can look into. It's just, again, we have so few openings normally,
right?
So it's very hard to have a well-oiled mechanism where we can guarantee a position, even if we offered tuition reimbursement or courses on site, then there is no guarantee that we would have an opening and would be able to employ that person. So that's a challenge.
I have a follow up on something Mary Ann said.
Yes, and then Jonathan.
Just very quickly, to that point, with the students bringing in, because I know, do we have a lot of student teachers, or because one thing, just for reference, I've seen work for individuals for attorneys, trying to hire diverse attorneys and needing to turn to experience, bringing them in as interns, bringing them in, having them go out and get experience, then hire them back when we have openings. So just something.
Absolutely, that's the best way, because you can sort of see them in action. So yes, we do host a lot of student.
I just wanted to hear more about pipeline issues, and that's clearly a big part of challenges. But we also know that figuring out how to create a process where we can hire earlier and it also helps a lot in getting optimal candidates and securing their commitment to being teachers here. And so I just wanted to ask what are some of the things that have been considered or that are currently being implemented to incentivize current teachers that are nearing retirement to be more upfront about their intentions, and give you more of a heads up that they will be retiring, so that you can hopefully engage in a process that can provide earlier hires, which is I think a big part of the process.
So we have a retirement incentive in the faculty incentive agreement, and typically, unless it's something unforeseen, you should give us 5-year notice. And so we know ahead of time for our retirees. We've had very few, I think it's actually only 2. And we know in the future, 27, I believe, in 2028, but we have a lot of faculty retiring, so we will definitely be planning. And the challenge was is always that registration is not done until February. So even though we know there are retirements, we don't know what courses will be elected, so there might be some shifts. So we don't know exactly that, you know, each retirement position translates to a vacancy, because there might be some shifts based on what students elect as a result of registration. So we always wait until March. In March, you will see we'll present a staffing plan to the board, and we talk about what the needs are, what our vacancies are, and then after that board meeting, we post all the positions. But we start earlier as far as job fairs. Job fairs typically start like in February, March, and so that's hiring season from us from February until you know, we're always striving to be done by June, but it's not always done.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. The first is, the first set of, the graphs with the pie charts. I've noticed that comparatively, you've got 11% this year of students that identify as multiracial, but we don't measure multiracial in our faculty or staff. So the comparative, you know, is kind of, in my mind at least, it's got to be off, because where are those people in our society, just our little society of our faculty and staff? We have to have people who identify as multiracial.
Yes, okay. And that's a problem of how the data is collected. With employees, it's voluntary self-disclosure. So we talked about trying to reach out to new hires and adding that multiracial characteristics, so we would start checking it and have a more valid comparison. But you're absolutely correct. So right now that particular portion is skewed because we don't have data on who identifies as multiracial faculties.
And I also think in the conversation we just had, the fact that we do have like a 5-year or 4-year notice on retiring faculty, and I understand that, you know, we hire what our attrition is, but there's got to be a creative idea, and I don't know what it is, right? A way to identify people early, to try to bring them in, because if we're just posting in March for a July hire, you know, and you already know that position is going to be open 4 years ago, there's just got to be a way that we can do something. And because of the limited amount of people that we're able to bring in from year to year, you know, it's going to be slow. I understand it's going to be slow to right the ship. You know, there has been some movement, but it's still, I understand it's going to be slow, and I hear that, okay, maybe in 27, 28 or whatever years, those might be bigger years. But is there a way we can identify some of these people? And that was kind of the purpose of the the career pathway with Concordia, so that we know that, hey, these kids are interested, you know, and keep contact with them as they go through their college, experiences, and see what happens, and see if there is, is there a place for them when they come back.
Thank you. Janelle talked a little bit about this. She talked about the in-house career fair that we do.
Right.
And I think that is our single most successful recruitment event. There is a number of reasons. Sake of time, Janelle didn't go into details, but what we do, we open registration for it. And so each candidate is guaranteed an interview with an administrator, and we try to match them by the area of expertise. So let's say, we have a special education candidate, so we tried to match and was Abby Newman or with Leslie Roberts, so that they have somebody who understand that specific area. And then we keep all of their resumes, we mark them as high potential, medium potential, or low potential, and then we have a pool of candidates that we can reach out, because typically we do it in January or February, so we don't know yet exactly what the positions will have available be, but we have that pool that we can reach out to later.
I have a quick question and a quick comment. So on slide 23, I just want to reaffirm that employees categorized under faculty senate obviously includes actual teachers, but would that also be where our wonderful social workers and counselors would be as well?
That's correct, yes.
So those are the roles in which you have the highest interaction and touch with students, which is why there's that focus on that category as it relates to the demographics. So that was my question. My comment is, as the instigator of this rework request, I want to thank you for the effort that you put into this, because it's clear you put a lot of effort into it. And I appreciate that both of you are here to detail some of the strategies and tactics that you're using. Just like we heard in the prior presentation, you had a very excited board once they heard about all the strategies and tactics that you're employing to address an important challenge, but a difficult challenge. I mean, this is tough work. It's tough work for all districts who share this goal of increasing their faculty diversification. And to that point, if you look at the last 5 years that you provided, fall of 2018, we're at 23% teachers of color. Fall of 2019, you're 1 point better, 24% better. The next two falls are the pandemic years, so kind of all bets are off because you're probably not hiring or recruiting. So fall of 2022, you're at 27% teachers of color. So that's a pretty good jump from the pre-pandemic. And you added another basis point this year. You're at 28% teachers of color. The strategic plan priority number 3 says we're going to increase our teacher of color count to 35%. So that would mean, and that's by July of 2025. So that would mean that within the next year, while we've been hitting it at a 1 basis point per year, now you got to quick go out and solve for 7% increase. And to that point, that's why this goal is aspirational in some ways, but I still think it's very critical. And you may not hit that goal, but I'm really gratified to hear the details about the efforts and the approaches you're taking to address this. So thank you very much for this level of robustness in this report out.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll wrap. That's my comments are. I've got a longer term view of hearing this data and seeing it, and this is a board report, and it's much appreciated in terms of the quality. It's not just a bunch of numbers that we have to kind of interpret. It tells a story and it tells what you're doing. So I think some excellent work that, the trends that Graham just talked about tell us which way we're going, which is, we may not be getting there as fast as we had a pandemic, you got something coming up, but it paints a picture that tells a story of the work that you're doing. The retention has been something that's been asked about, but this is the first time I've seen a real story of what that is. So there's a lot of information here that you may have known, but having served 10 years, I've never had this view. So you've kind of opened the curtains to what's going on. With that said, if you buy today, the original plan, which was the strategic plan, I don't know how we got from that we wanted a staff that mirrored our students to the numbers that we have. I don't know what that gets me. Yeah, I'll forget what I'm gonna say.
I'm not gonna say anything yet. I'm patient.
But that's a kind of a play in, because as I look at the trends, one trend that to me is pretty evident in our district is we're seeing a growth in, the biggest group is in our Hispanic student population. It is growing, and so that means that are we adjusting? Because if we have kind of I know we have a goal that is just of color, but I hear reference going to HCBUs. What are we doing, if anything, to adjust to the trend of that macro trend of the change in our student demographics? And you can answer this.
I think you're gonna say the exact same thing, you're saying, speak to it.
I don't-
Goals.
I was going to talk about that next, if you wanna tackle the strategic.
Yeah, so the original strategic plan was matching student demographics, and somewhere in during the pandemic, there was a push to make it as smart-ish as possible with the goals and to define a specific end game. At that point, I think it was 5 years out. The strategic plan is drafted, that's on our website right now, it's a 2020 to 2025 plan. But as I've mentioned a few times in this space, in the context of the board goals that we're working on, we are reworking the goals that are attached to those priorities for the purpose of making it more descriptive of our actual practices. And that is one example for priority 3. Our goal is to match our demographics. Of course, that's why there's one graph in here that has line graphs across, and of course the goal there is to get to 0, right? Looking at the disparity between our faculty and our students. So there's that. And I don't know if you made us add, Marcus.
Not for this, I just wanted to draft a specific, there was a question about the increased Hispanic student population and what have we done? We've actually increased probably the highest increase we now have in our Black faculty and Hispanic faculty. That Hispanic faculty is looking from 8%. 8 to, oh, it's going the other way. Anyways. Okay. No, I was looking at 18, if you look at the first chart, 18-19 faculty, we have 8% of Hispanic faculty. And if we look now at 23-24, is 15%. So increases by 7%, which I think is substantial. Given how few teachers we hire overall.
Are there village demographics that we can compare against? I guess I'm asking the Fred's note about the multiracial. My sense is that, you know, lots of people, we moved to raise multiracial kids, right? And my husband and I are not multiracial. And so I would be curious whether there actually is a big difference in, you know, adults over 30 who identify as multiracial versus the student population, because there might not be a matching difficulty if that's just the age brackets. Does that, am I making sense?
It does, and I don't have that obviously at the inside in front of me, but just by coincidence, earlier today is a way of illustrating something that gets at that point. It's not at the older demographic group that you were speaking of, but I was taking a look at just now that the new state report card is out, the last 6 years demographic trends for our feeder school districts. Okay, so just listen to this in D97. In 2018, there were 771 students who identified as two or more races. This school year, the report card reports 850. And so you see that same shift, you know, across the board in other places. And so there are some other interesting trends in that data as well. But yeah, it's an evolving demographic.
Yeah, and you know, there's still a lot of forms that don't give you the option of indicating multiracial. My daughter complains about this all the time. So it's hard to collect this data. But I guess that's why I'm not as concerned about the multiracial thing not matching up. Personally.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we need about AP updates.
Okay. On to agenda item 3. Here is our AP placement update. We have Dr. Fiorenza, who is leading the presentation in person. Online is Dr. Lamb. And you can see Julie there on our monitor. Hello. This is part of this is a report that we talk about in the context of our strategic plan relative to our State of the District presentation. I'll give it every December. And so we set this as a time in the fall to share out. This is, of course, the result related to priority 2. It is related to the board goal on having a thriving learning environment that they're working with drafting, and of course policy 7. So with that said, I think I'm turning it over to Dr. Fiorenza. Yes?
Yes.
You ready? Okay.
In addition to being the director of student learning, Dr. Lamb is also our AP coordinator. So I'm going to turn it over to her to talk about the AP progress.
Thank you. Thank you for a seat at the table tonight so I can present an update in regards to our advanced placement program. Prior to this meeting, I had submitted the 13-page report inclusive of the data, and I would like to highlight 3 sections of the report tonight. And the very first section is about the growth that we've experienced in the AP program and the benefits for our students. So when we compare last school year to this school year, we went from 25 AP courses to now 27 AP courses. It would be 28 if you include the AP African American Studies pilot that teacher Dr. Tyrone Williams is teaching this school year. We've also grown from 46 AP teachers to 54 AP teachers, and we've grown from 1,138 AP students to now this year 1,338 AP students. So we've been experiencing tremendous growth, and we're looking to add a few more courses to next year as well. In terms of the benefits, in the report, I had talked about how the AP courses are what interest our students and what also challenge them. And there are very tangible benefits to taking AP and also taking the AP exam. So studies have shown that AP students tend to get higher undergraduate GPAs and graduate in less time with an undergraduate degree compared to their peers who did not participate in the AP program. In addition to these research studies, several AP teachers have also shared some wonderful stories. So for example, Tracy Van Dynen, who is our AP art and design teacher, had talked about the 3 AP art students who helped him with the mosaic this year. And then AP bio teacher Faith Nelson, our world language division head, and AP Spanish teacher Claudia Sahagun have shared stories about students who have gone on to major in the same subjects in which they took their AP classes and made a career out of that. In addition to those benefits and those inspiring stories, our state is one of 36 across the nation that has policy for AP credits at the college level. So any student who earns a 3 or higher on an AP exam, which is considered a passing score, is guaranteed college credit at a public post-secondary institution in Illinois. And that is significant because it can save time and it can save money as well in terms of tuition. So all of these benefits drive the growth and the ask that we receive in terms of growing our AP program. The second section I'd like to highlight is teacher professional development. So earlier I shared that our number of AP teachers are growing. And in my first year at OPRF, so in 2021-2022, I surveyed our teacher just to get a better idea of where everyone has been and where they want to go. And what I found out is that they were asking for professional development. Many of them have attended external professional development delivered by the College Board, but I also saw the benefits of being able to provide them internal professional development. So alongside College Board AP Access Senior Director, Renata Elvey, her and I have worked very closely since last school year to deliver this internal PD for teachers, which includes updating them on annual updates to the AP program, providing guidance on how to navigate their instructional planning reports, and then also providing them access to student responses to the free response portion of the AP exams. So that's inclusive of the portfolio sections, the listening and speaking sections, and also the essay sections of the exams. And all of this informs their instruction, which then leads to improved student outcomes. Our teachers continue to participate in College Board professional development, such as week-long intensive summer AP Summer Institutes. One of our newest teachers, Lindsay Major, who teaches AP Art History, had talked about how integral her participation at her APSI was in preparing her to teach this course, especially since she's a singleton teacher. She's the only teacher of that course. And last, our teachers talked a lot about their experience either being an AP reader or wanting to become an AP reader. So these are applications that college professors and AP teachers can complete and submit to the College Board. And some subject areas have a very long waiting list to be invited to an AP reading. And every summer, every subject area convenes in a particular location across the United States, and they assess and score the free response portions of those AP exams. And that, in addition to how the students scored on the multiple choice exam, leads to their overall AP exam score. So while the teachers who have gone, such as Linda Burns, who's our AP European History teacher, Sheila Hardin, our AP Calc AV teacher, along with Claudia Sahagun, which I've mentioned before, and English division head and AP English Lang teacher, Erica Eckhart, they said that it's an intense 7 days straight, but it's one of the most significant professional development they've participated in, which has made them become a better AP teacher. In my role as AP coordinator, I always want to advance our teachers in seeking out professional development. So I just surveyed the current AP teachers to see how many of them would be interested in becoming AP teachers or being called to an AP reading. And currently I'm working with 7 of them who are actively seeking that opportunity. So I'm very excited about the professional development, and I hope for more time with the teachers in the future. The last section I would like to update and highlight is about the opportunity gap. A lot of times educators talk about the achievement gap. So we may examine things such as how many of our students are not earning a passing score. But I think we also have to take a step backwards to address the opportunity gap. That means that there are students who could benefit from taking AP courses because they have interest in them, they believe they could be challenged by them and can access those tangible benefits, but for some reason they're not in those seats. So without those students in the seats, it's hard to talk about that achievement gap. We need to close the opportunity gap first. So the way that we measure opportunity gap is comparing the diversity of our AP program to the diversity of our entire school. Now at OPRF, we follow the national trend. So there is an overrepresentation of white and Asian students and underrepresentation of our Black and Hispanic students. There are lots of different ways in which many school districts across the nation have tried to address this. And it's by also using multiple measures when we talk to students about course enrollment, course registration. So one of the things that I've been able to do, working closely with our counselors, is to get another data point. So sometimes we use placement measures, we use teacher recommendations, but we also allow students to self-select if they're interested in a course, and especially if it doesn't have prerequisites. So this AP potential report is just another data point in which counselors and other educators can use to identify students who have the potential to be successful and may not already be in an AP course. So we have a lot of bright students with a lot of potential. So this report can be quite lengthy. And the past 2 summers, my office, we have identified painstakingly the students in that report who have never taken an AP course, because there's definitely students who appear on that report who are currently taking AP courses. And I think it's important to have a conversation with those students to see if they're aware of the AP program and what the benefits can hold, and 2, if they're interested. And as someone who is part of that overrepresented racial group, Asian students, I took AP courses when I was in high school, but I had certain aspects of my background that prevented me from accessing those benefits. So I immigrated to the US as a refugee. I was an English language learner, and I also was a welfare recipient. So my parents and I did not know anything really about AP. And it wasn't until my high school counselor, Mr. John Tyler from Maine East High School, who first had a conversation with me about whether or not I would be interested in taking AP. And he told me about what the AP program was. I ended up taking 3 AP classes as a high school student and ended up majoring and both in my undergraduate degree and my master's degree in one of those areas. It was biology. So I'm a former high school science teacher. So I think that using more data points, having conversations with students can help us close that opportunity gap. And the intention is not to push our students into something that they don't want to take. And there are studies out there that show that after 5 AP classes, the benefits start to plateau for students. So it's not to overwhelm them, overload them, but making sure that the ones who would like a seat at the table have access to it. So thank you for letting me highlight 3 sections of the report, and I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
Ed?
Yeah, I have one question. Thank you for the report. We haven't seen this kind of a report, I don't think ever, since I've been on the board for AP. But my question is there any kind of economic or financial barrier for kids when it comes to either taking the course or taking the exam?
Yes, there is to taking the exam. So at OPRF, most exams are $110. We have a new course this year, AP Seminar, which involves a very comprehensive AP exam. So that is at a higher cost, which is consistent with what College Board has advertised. Then that is $160 for the exam. Now, our state does have a policy in terms of identifying students who are on fee waiver, who are on free and reduced lunch. So either they can get those exam fees waived or get it at a significantly reduced cost. So that can be a barrier for students to take an AP exam, but with those supports, we hope that it's not the thing that holds them back.
Do we identify kids that may need support and try to find it for them? Because a kid taking 3 to 5 exams at $110 a piece, it becomes, that's an investment, and not many, there may be families out there that really struggle to come up with that kind of money.
Yes, absolutely. Our students, when they register, and parents sometimes are a part of that process too, identify themselves. And we also have access to the information about our students who are on free and reduced lunch and on fee waiver. But of course, you know, the families who have students who are taking multiple AP exams, if they're not on free and reduced lunch or fee waiver, that can be a significant cost to them. So we understand that as well.
Thank you.
Questions?
Maybe just to reemphasize a bit of what Fred is saying, because there's a great section in here about intentionality, reaching out to kids who maybe need a bit of assistance in getting into AP programs. I think I would hope there was the same level of intentionality of addressing this issue of cost. I just spent $330 signing up for an AP test for the student that, you know, we've kind of taken under our wing. And part of the reason we've taken that student under the wing is economic challenges of the household. So I think it takes some proactivity here, and I just would hope there's proactivity in that way to go along with the proactivity around underrepresented kids in AP classes themselves.
And I'm a little confused when you talk about fee waivers, because when I was researching this, I saw a reduction, but not a waiver, right? So the College Board reduces it for students with economic need, you can apply, to bring it down to $62 rather than $98. Do they also offer full waivers and I just missed that, or not?
So our students who have fee waiver, we do offer zero cost to them.
So the school is, so then that was, so the school makes up the difference, what you're saying.
With scholarships.
I understand. And is that then publicized or not publicized? You know, this goes to the intentionality thing, right?
And passivity versus proactivity.
Right, you know, like in terms of, you know, that like if people don't know about it, they don't need to ask about it, right? So.
You don't need to ask to opt it, to have it applied to you.
Right, but there's a.
It's going to happen no matter what.
Right, but there's a point at which the parents are looking at the AP, they hear, oh, it's $300 to take 3 AP classes. And if it has not been publicized to them that if you're receiving fee waiver, this will be covered, they may stop before they ever get to that, right?
So in our communication about, so we send out 2 communications, one about registering for the AP exam through College Board account. And then the second communication is about paying for AP exams. In that communication, we do talk about fee waiver and free reduced lunch. So the parents and the students are aware that they can get the financial aid that they're seeking.
Like they're, especially parents who are, you know, where their kid is the first in the family to go to college, like it's a whole world that they're not familiar with, right? So, and I just saw a discussion with some parents where one of them was saying like, well, is this worth it? And a bunch of parents came back and said, well, you know, you pay 100 now, you don't have to pay this many hundreds for a college class later. But the person asking the question like had not been to college, right? So they weren't familiar with the way this works.
I would also go back to the first presentation. The counselor is critical, that relationship with a counselor has with the student and families, in kind of helping those first generation college students navigate, providing information. So our counselors also do a very nice job of informing students as they're signing up for AP or considering those advanced placement classes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we are done with instruction, and we are going to take a 5-minute break, and we will then get back into our finance section. So stretch your legs, take care of what you need to do.
Taking a quick.
Yeah.
I think would probably be Walter one.
Right. Finance.
Okay. First up on our finance items is an approval of our letter of intent marriage. This is related to our strategic plan priority 4, certainly to the draft board goal on facilities, objective 3 related to sustainability and district policy 4 systems. So I turn it over to Tony to tee up.
Sure. We in August put out our request for proposal for guaranteed energy savings contract, specifically looking at the geothermal work. We had 3 companies submit proposals, 3 really quality companies. They came in with a presentation on their companies and their background. We were impressed with everybody, but Verigy really stood out. They've done over 100 successful geothermal projects as a company. And they bring a lot of really good expertise to the project. This is unique in the sense that there needs to be some testing done before we can actually get them their final proposal and their budget numbers together. So what they have asked is just that we submit a letter of intent that says that we are selecting them to move forward and do the conductivity testing of our soil, which would then allow them to start their planning work and design the well field, which we would then negotiate a contract for price that would be brought back to the board, hopefully in December for approval.
You know, my question that I have is, there is an expenditure that is as part of this, which is this test well.
Yes, and that would it's the test well, and then the their internal work that they're doing to design the well field for us would total out to $160,000. That would be part of the contract when we start to negotiate it, but they have requested that they be compensated for this if we decide not to move forward with the project, to cover their some of their costs related to the design of the well, the design of the field, and then the testing and such as well.
So I guess then the ask is, because it's a letter of intent, but what, as a board, what are we being asked to approve? And if there's a financial, input, that work has not yet been done, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if there's a preliminary financial, that should be in what we're being asked to approve, or should it be? I mean, I would think that for policy that we have to approve that expenditure.
Yes, the actual expenditure, if let's say we did not reach an agreement with them, now all intent is that we'll come to a contract that works for everybody. But if not, then the reimbursement would come back to the board for approval instead of the contract for the $160,000. Yes, but that's the in order to start that process, that's what this letter of intent then is kicking off with.
Okay, but does it include that?
Oh, no, go ahead.
It doesn't include a letter of intent is, let me, did I miss it? Does it state that we are accepting responsibility for $165,000 as a starting point?
It does not. We did not get that number until earlier in this week. Their final reimbursement number, so we'll update that.
Yeah, when we get it to approve, if there's a financial requirement, we should have that financial requirement in it, not just a letter of intent.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
No, you first.
Okay, so, thank you, Graham. So I understand what you're saying. If we, for whatever reason, did not go forward, say they did the test well for us, we didn't go forward, at that point they want reimbursement of expenses. What would be a reason? Would it be we didn't go with them? Would it be we decided not to do it at all?
It could be a myriad of reasons that it could be that the, we can't come to terms, on a cost, you know, it's, maybe they find that the spacing requires a different portion of land than what we had originally thought we would be using, and the timing is not feasible. It could be that we can't come to general condition terms on who's liable and who's not liable, certain aspects of the contract. Or it could just be that what we're thinking is an initial budget of a certain threshold far exceeds it. It really could be a number of different reasons that we don't come to an agreement. Even in my conversations with Michelle James from Bergy today, we both said that you know, we hope that this letter of intent is more of a safeguard for both sides than anything that we'll have to follow through with going forward, and that we'll reach a contract and both sides will be able to benefit from this. But this just kind of says that we are approving them to do the work, to start to do the testing, and that it starts their process as well, that they know that if we don't follow through then with the project and we get the proposal, that they are not going to be out all of their labor and all that cost as well.
But since we're testing an outcome, could be that's just not feasible. Is that fair?
Yes.
Graham?
Kind of to build on that a little bit. So first of all, when I saw this letter of intent, it doesn't look like any LOI I've ever seen before. At least it's not one that you'd see in the business world. Because those are, when you have a lawyer help you draft an LOI. This is a one-way letter, and it doesn't cite, you know, the dollar commitment and what the two parties are pledging to do. Secondly, and this could be a deficit on my part just because I'm a new board member, but I know this interest in geothermal has been floating around since long before I was on the board. And I think there's somewhere a presentation about the what and why of this geothermal. What do we think we're going to get out of it? What did the facilities committee say about this? What did the community finance committee say about this? What is the offset we think for savings? Is it gas? Is it electric? What's a long-term economic model? Before we get this payback and so forth? I think for us to commit to 165K, which is a meaningful expenditure, which comes with it some risk that for whatever reason we may determine, you know, the ROI isn't there. There's just got to be a lot more meat on the bones if this is going to come to us and we're going to vote yes or no on this expenditure. I'd like to see all the data and the prior analysis come with these memos when this comes to us next.
Yeah, there was a presentation, but if you could dig it up, link back to it, right? So before your time.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of this board is brand new. 4 out of 7 are brand new, so.
Right.
Two questions. First, the other two companies, would they have entertained this under the same scenario where they would require a payment, you know, a guarantee of $165,000, so whether or not that, you know, we go forward?
We did not get into that conversation with those companies. So I do not want to speculate because I'm not 100% certain.
Okay, and then the second question is, have they preliminarily indicated what they feel the location and the size of the field might be?
Yes, and part of the reason for this testing is right now their proposal in their well fields is on a more conservative number than what may be possible. We may be able to do deeper wells and more closely spaced together than what they were originally thinking, which the more wells we have, the deeper we can go, the more output we will receive. So they have really a priority A location, and then if they're not able to get the output needed for project 2, then they've got kind of a B and a C backup plan as well.
So, I mean, I would say I know there was a presentation that was made to the sustainability committee, okay? And that's part of what I think Graham, what this board should say. I mean, that explains some of the what and why of what's going on here. And I would just for Audrey, to your question, I would say that, you know, one of the biggest things we need to understand is, so this is to prove out the concept of geothermal, okay? But ultimately, and then they're gonna have to cost it out, and then we're gonna have to fund it. So that piece, you know, it has to be part of the equation. Can we fund this work? So, you know, that out of all the potential obstacles that we have, that could be as big a one as any, depending on what the mechanism is that they offer and all kinds of things. So, but okay. That covers number A.
Well, before you depart
Yes,
that, Tom, I mean, the next steps are listed as a vote to occur in 2 weeks. And are we really ready to vote on something in 2 weeks?
So the vote in 2 weeks is designed to be specifically on the letter of intent, right? And Tony, here, add any context to that.
Yeah, this would not be a vote to approve the full proposal and contract. It would be to approve the letter of intent to move forward with the testing.
So yeah, in order to build up and answer all the questions, Graham, that are in part of your questions, to validate the model that we talked about with the board in a previous school year, this testing has to occur, right? And so that gets done. Now we take a look at what we're talking about. We get a feel for the output. We have an estimate of the cost for the whole project. We're able to bring that forward to the board at a much later time. This is merely just the letter of intent to allow us to take that first step.
Okay, then I scanned this thing and wrote on the top, is this an LOI question mark? I guess all of us better read this language very carefully to know how we might be going to vote on it in 2 weeks.
Right, I mean, Graham, are you asking that, are you saying, can we get a revised version with more of the information, the specific number before we're voting?
I'm just saying we all should be aligned on this language, and if we think it's sufficient for an LOI. I don't know if I could share examples of what LOIs look like in my universe, and it's not quite this casual. I think that's what's sort of tripping me up a little bit.
Casual and one-sided, or
it's one directional. There's
right. I mean, so that's the part of understanding what's the other side.
And how many LOIs do we tend to do as a district?
I don't think we've done one that's happened, Superintendent.
Okay.
This is a unique situation. Normally, you know, there would have been like an RFP process, and then you'd have this proposal through that process that you'd approve, but because, and this is my understanding of it, because before they can even get to that proposal, they need to do this investigation and you know, dig a well. That's the purpose of this, for example.
Yes,
that's exactly right.
And I think what I'm hearing though about being one-sided, so they have to decide, you know, we have to decide whether it can happen. But they could get to the business, if it goes well, it doesn't go well, they lose nothing, right? So it's all on the school district too.
Yeah, I totally get the idea of a test well. I understand that. Have we had council look at this letter?
I can run it through Brian Crowley at Franzik and have him review. This was provided as a template that other districts have used, so I can have, Brian, review that.
I think at a minimum, I think that'd be a good idea.
B. E2.
I'll just pass this right over to you. This is for our managed service provider for technology services. And while not related to a draft board goal, certainly related to our strategic plan and to board policy 460 again. So go ahead, Amy.
Okay, we are at that point, that our board policy says that we need to review every 5 years, and contracts in excess of $25,000. So we did a RFP for our managed service provider, had a number of responses come in. The evaluation model is included here. We got down to the top 2 vendor finalists based on the scoring model, which were HTML Global and E2 Services, and they were brought in for final interviews. The group then determined based on the 2 interviews to stay with our current provider, E2. The master agreement and then a sub agreement is included, and we have Mike Curiasco on the Zoom with us to talk through if you have any specific questions on the technical side, as he kind of led the charge with the RFP to along with Michael Spichak to come to this decision.
Questions? I have a question that may have been answered, but as I understand it, we've had 5 years with this vendor, and this is for 2 years plus a 3-year passive extension.
Yes, it's 2 years and then 3 years of kind of 1-year renewals. Normally you'd see like a 3 and a 2. The reason being, in 2 years, the language for E-rate reimbursement is going to change. So there may be an opportunity to amend the contract at that point so the district can receive more money through the E-rate reimbursement.
But that, I mean, I just want to make sure, because the mechanism, there's different ways you have, auto renewal, active, passive, such. In this case, if we do nothing, we just keep extending this agreement.
Yes.
I don't think that's true. I think it's basically there's the option to go with another 3 1-year terms. It's not the way I understood it. And the language, maybe the language needs to be cleaned up a little bit to be specific about that. But
the language says that, and I don't have it in front of me, but if we don't notify them within 60 days, it renews. And I may have the days wrong, but
yeah, well, we have
so
there's a 60-day out no matter what.
But I'm focusing on I just my area that I'm focusing on is, in terms of making sure we understand what we're signing up here to. It's 2 years with 3 more years if we do nothing. If we don't say stop, it's 3 more years.
It is, and I will check our language one more time, but it's 3 1 years. So
yeah, I understand. Yeah. I'm saying, but we have to say,
yes, we have to notify them of our intention.
We have to actively tell them 60 days prior to the end of an annual termination that we're done, or it just keeps going and going and going. So that's the mechanism, which is it's passive. So my question is, in terms of the finance, the cost structure, you did send in something that's Appendix 1, or what's the cost structure over that 5 years? What happens?
It's $17,000 per month for the term of 2 years.
Yes.
And so that's for the first 2-year term.
Yes.
And then, I'm sorry, Tom, I'm looking at the language here and I'm not reading it the same way you are. So I probably need to not do it on the fly here. But the way I read it, there's basically an agreement. There's a review of the parties after the end of the 2 years. And I don't read this as an auto renew, but to your point, I think we need to be very clear about that. I'm not reading it the same way you are. So we need to get that cleared up.
If I could jump in really quick, I'm gonna read the exact language here. So it's a 2-year full contract, right, on the commencement date. Thereafter, it shall be renewed upon agreement of the parties for successive 1-year terms up to and including the 5th and final year. So that's each of the next 3 years, unless either party provides the other with written notification of termination at least 60 days. So it sounds like it automatically kicks in unless either party evokes language to stop it. And then answer the question about the cost, yes, we have that initial cost as you cited. That the contract renewal cost for the subsequent years is capped at 5% per renewal for that given year. That's to be said.
It's capped. Okay. But each year it's reset, or let me
After the first 2 full
Yes,
years.
the first 2 years are set, and then for each extension year, we would go into prior to the 60-day opt-out, we'd receive a proposal and see if it financially aligns with where we're projecting to go. But they would not be able to say bring us a 10 or 15% increase. Whatever they bring forward would be capped at a maximum of 5%.
And so then I guess the last question of this segment of questions is what mechanisms do we have in place to not let this 60-day window come upon us and realize we missed the window, we auto-renewed, we didn't want to auto-renew, we don't like the 5%. So what's our mechanism for that as it relates to this contract?
We it really feeds through my department, and it'll be a couple different eyes that have to be on it. Generally speaking, what I do is on my calendar, I put, okay, here's my 60-day notice, and then I go back another 60 and have 2 different dates on my calendar. We also have our director of purchasing, Carolyn Gust, who manages all of our contracts as well, and she has an eye on all of it as well to notify us on renewal dates coming forward. As this is not uncommon in contracts to have a renewal without opt-out.
Yeah, no, it's not uncommon, but I mean, we've also had situations where we've missed, renewals. So how do we, or extensions? So what's the process we have in place so we don't miss it? And if I'm hearing it, is it a district-wide thing, or is it an individual thing, because people come and go, right? And typically you lose these things when you have transition of personnel versus have it be systemic, that it is a non-individual
thing. We can build an internal mechanism that can live from any person through a Universal Drive or Google Drive that would outline all of our contracts with renewal dates and what has to be opt-in to or opt-out of. That would not be a problem for us to put that together for this year.
Yeah, that's what I hear you're asking more broadly.
Yes.
How do you do this? I think, Tony, that would be really helpful just to know, right?
Anyone else? Okay, so this one will be coming to us in 2 weeks.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, next, Bob has asked us to go to board goals next. So, unless, didn't you?
Yeah, there's nothing I'd rather hear.
He said it was more important, more interested in that than the levy, so I'm trying to be listening to.
Tom took me a second there.
Give me a moment. All right, we will stay on course and we'll talk about next the levy.
All right, Tony, I'm just gonna turn this straight over to you, take it.
Okay, is Brian on?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, Brian.
great.
I'm sharing the presentation now.
Oh, perfect. Okay, then we can walk through our tentative tax levy here and then answer any questions that you may have on our tax levy or our process. Today is the kind of the second step of our timeline. We met on October 17th with CFC, discussed our initial held our initial levy discussion and development of our recommendation. Today we'll present the estimated levy. In 2 weeks, then the board would adopt the estimated levy at the December 21st meeting. The public hearing on truth and taxation will be held, and the final levy will be adopted, which will then be needed to be filed by December 26th. Just the next slide is some key definitions for any of our new board members who have not gone through this process before. The levy process has it has a lot of steps, but the two main steps to understand are when we levy, we're asking for a certain amount of money, and then the taxes that are extended to us are where the taxing body is granted money from the county. The EAV that drives this is the collection of the fair market value as assessed by the county, and then it's given a percentage, and it's the total taxable property values of the entire region, and then our tax rate is just the extension divided by the total EAV. The property tax extension limitation law was enacted in Cook County in 1994. It was put forth to control the growth of property tax levies of school districts and other governing bodies. It's referred to as the tax cap. What it says is that we are entitled to the lesser of CPI or 5% before taking into account new property. The formula that is used to calculate the PTEL limit is included here, and then new property is added to the number post getting to our limiting rate. And while our district has a history of not levying to the full maximum allowable amount, which we'll talk about in a minute, just a quick history of CPI here. You can see that really until 2021, that 5% never came into play. The highest it had been since 2011 was 3%. And then in 21 and 22, we did exceed 5% CPI. So we would be limited to 5%. The district, being very conscious of its taxpayers, did not take the maximum allowable amount last year, and we are not recommending to do so again this year.
So while CPI is a known quantity in the levy formula, new property and EAV are actually variables that have to be estimated each year because those values aren't finalized by the county until after our levy gets adopted. One factor that comes into play with these estimates is that properties in Cook County are subject to reassessment every 3 years, with 2023 being a reassessment year for both Oak Park and River Forest Townships. So if we look at the history of new property in the district, you'll see 2019 jumps out immediately because the two Village of Oak Park TIFs expired and became taxable property for the district that year. But outside of that, we typically see spikes during those triannual assessment years. With that in mind, we've developed an initial estimate of $25 million for new property in this year's levy. Then the district's EAV history shows a similar trend for the reassessment years. The township assessors have reported that on average, 2023 assessed values have increased by 38% in Oak Park and by 32% in River Forest. Now those values are likely to come down some after appeals are processed and the county does its review. So we are estimating an EAV increase of 26% currently. The other piece of history that's critical to the district's overall story involving the tax levy is what I've referred to on this slide as levy control initiatives. Most of these items predate Tony's or my time here at OPRF, but it was clear to us right away how conscientious and creative recent boards have been in approaching the levy to balance the needs of the district with the financial impact to its taxpayers. So if you look at the chart on the right part of the slide, the black line represents the trajectory of the district's tax extension if it had asked for the maximum allowable amount under PTEL every year. However, the blue line shows OPRF's actual extensions, and therefore the gap in between is money that has been left in taxpayers' pockets. So you'll notice that several different levy decisions have been made since 2013 in an attempt to address the fund balance the district had built up over time. In 2013 and 2014, there were operating levy reductions, meaning not only did taxes go down, but CPI increases were permanently relinquished in those 2 years. Some other decisions included the abatement of various levies, the acceptance of a property tax relief grant from the state, and then some years where we just levied less than the full amount of CPI. So if we accumulate all these initiatives together, the district has essentially declined $67 million that it could have requested within the tax cap during the last decade. For the 2023 levy, we wanted to present a couple baseline scenarios just to show how this year's levy decisions impact the taxpayer and the future finances of the district. So the first scenario uses the assumptions that are currently built into our 5-year projection, with those being a levy of 3.5% for CPI plus new property. The estimated impact to the owner of a $400,000 home is a tax increase of $119. Now, the green bar towards the bottom of this slide shows operating fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. In this scenario, that percentage is projected to be within our targeted fund balance range of 25 to 50% during those last 3 years of the projection. And the final 2 years are kind of the low point at a 36 and 37%. Levy scenario 2 takes all of the same assumptions from scenario 1, except it includes a maximum levy in 2023. In this scenario, there's an additional $5.6 million of revenue generated over the span of years shown in this projection. Fund balance does still remain within the targeted fund balance range during the last 3 years, but in this case, it doesn't fall below 40% of operating expenditures. And then the estimated impact to the owner of a $400,000 home in this scenario is a tax increase of a little over $160. This next slide provides some what-if analysis just to kind of help clarify what other scenarios might look like. So for each 0.1% of CPI levied for in 2023, fund balance would be about $350,000 higher by the end of fiscal year 28, which is that last year in the projection. Then the second data point refers to the operating fund balance to expense ratio. So that row in the green bars on the previous slide. If we wanted to use our levy to increase that percentage by 1% at the end of the projection, we would need about about $977,000 of additional revenue during the time frame. So for those of you who enjoy doing math, you can kind of play with these variables to determine how different levy changes will affect the district's bottom line. Then we have several other items that have to be considered before making a levy recommendation each year. The biggest one right now is Cook County's delay in billing and distributing property taxes. So we've had 2 years in a row now that we've had to wait until November or December for taxes to arrive, which means 5 months of the fiscal year have passed before the district is receiving its largest source of revenue. Just to kind of put that into perspective, on average, the district spends about 30% of its operating expense budget in the first 5 months of the fiscal year. So if you recall from our financial projections, fund balance is expected to reach a low point of somewhere in the range of 35 to 50 or to 40%, depending on which scenario you're looking at. So that doesn't leave a whole lot of leeway if the county continues with some of these substantial delays. Some other items to consider, we've seen some recent cost escalations in transportation and health insurance that have exceeded the assumptions in our financial projections. As increases like those occur, we have to look at whether those are one-time blips or long-term trends that might require additional funding via the levy. Second is the topic of capital project work. While we do have a general financing plan in place for Project 2, we know that there are other projects on the horizon that will eventually require funding. One source of funding is obviously the tax levy, but there's always uncertainty when estimating future CPI. Our financial projections assume it'll be 2.5% in future years, but we do know from past experiences, Tony talked about on the earlier slide, that it won't always be that high. So the district has to weigh the options of potentially levying more when CPI is higher in anticipation of some of those future needs, or planning to utilize debt when the time comes to embark on those projects. One alternative option that recently became available is some new legislation that went into effect in 2022. The basic premise of this law is that if a district chooses to levy less than the maximum permitted levy in a particular year and files a certification with the county clerk stating it did so, the district can opt to recapture that difference in the future. Now, there's 4 important points that go along with this law. The first being that upon filing the certification, the district has 3 years to elect to recapture. Secondly, filing the certification does not require the district to recapture. It merely just gives the option to. Then third, the recaptured amount cannot result in the district exceeding the 5% PTEL limit in any given year. So if CPI were to come out as 5% or greater in a future year, a recapture option would be completely off the table. And then fourth, the district must have one of the 2 highest financial designations from ISB at the time of recapture, which currently OPRF does. Then this slide kind of presents a quick hypothetical example of the recapture in action. I won't go through it in great detail, but you can kind of see that in the levy scenario where the district was looking at a levy of 3.5% for CPI, that would leave approximately just under $1.2 million worth of funds that could be available for recapture in a future year. Now, in terms of timing of when we might consider doing this, it would be an annual decision. So each year as future levies rolled around, we would kind of look at where the district stands financially, what CPI actually has come in at, and what kind of money is needed to fund current operations. if CPI is lower than we kind of have projected it to be, or we're expecting it to be, and we're relying on having the money from that projection, we might consider using this recapture in order to kind of make up that budgetary difference. So you can see how the spirit of this law is kind of working. It's basically an attempt to change the mentality for PTEL districts that if they don't levy the maximum, they're automatically forfeiting that money forever. So with that background in place, I'll turn it back over to Tony for our recommendation.
Thanks, Brian. We are recommending that we levy 3.5% increase this year and not the full 5%. That we forego the loss of cost levy increases that are typically applied by the county. That we file the certification with the county that we are levying less than the maximum, and that will allow for a possible recapture in future years. And again, it doesn't require us to recapture, just gives us that option. And then we accept the prior year refunds and appeals. This isn't a new levy, but a re-extension of taxes to the district that were already levied for and that we did not receive due to appeals or assessment errors. This can vary. We estimated at about $800,000. That is what this would have been last year. And then a quick look at what this recommendation would scenario would mean we'd be sitting comfortably in our fund balance policy range at 41% at the end of the 27-28 year based on the current projections.
Tony, while you're on this slide talking about the letter recommendation, could you just speak for a moment about the process that got us here, specifically the conversation we had at CFC?
Sure. We brought a number of different scenarios that we had talked about here, 3.5% to 5%. We spoke to CFC about really much of the same presentation that you're seeing tonight, and tried to do our best to display accurately the board's commitment to the taxpayers of our district, while also being conscious of the future financial goals of the district as well. CFC had a number of topics come up, both on reasons not to levy the max, alternate scenarios where we would increase, say, from a 3.5% to a 3.8% and turn down the recapture, and other just various questions about different income instruments for the district. We took all of that feedback in kind of creating our final scenario here for our tentative levy and brought it forward tonight. The slide after just is a quick look at our operating fund balance, and really by 25-26, we anticipate this would get us in compliance with the new policy and keep us there. And then we just included a little bit of information as well at the end on kind of the pros and cons of either increasing the levy to a higher percentage or accepting the prior year's adjustments. Now we can take any questions.
I've got questions. First, the estimate of $25 million in new property. What slide number? Slide 6. New property history. and it's got an estimate of 25 million.
Yeah.
Do we get that number from, is an estimate from the assessor, or how do we?
Unfortunately, that's the downfall of Illinois' timing of the tax levy process is all of this information that we have to use when we do our tentative levy is our best research and data that we can pull on what we estimate the levy will be going forward. We will not actually have that final new property number until we are given our extension, and that comes sometime around February and March. So that is our looking at, as Brian had mentioned, kind of the reassessment years where those have tended to fall in. But that's where that number comes from, is it's our projection.
Okay, because I mean, we're a pretty mature community as far as real estate is concerned. And we know, like in years past, we talked about some of the larger buildings that were built, all right, coming online. And we knew, you know, we had known that those would have, you know, were going to affect our new property, and that this seems to be a pretty big number. And so it concerns me that if we're off in this estimate, that it'll make a substantial, it could make a substantial deficit in our tax receipts. So that's why I'm concerned about how that number was.
Yeah, that's one too that we have conversations with both of the township assessors. It's still early enough in the process that they have not finalized all of their information. So we're kind of getting most recent available information we can from them as well. But we do, you know, factor in their opinions to that number as we can too. I would expect that number will change somewhat before we get to the December adoption. That's just kind of most recently available information.
And then explain to me on, I'm a little slow, so please bear with me. Explain to me on it's slide 9, which is the first basic levy scenario, where the scenario is a 3.5% CPI plus new property. The estimated impact on a $400,000 home is $119,000, and I'm trying to understand that versus our what our recommendation is, which gives us $147 impact on a $400,000 home, but we're also at 3.5%, correct?
Yes, the difference you're seeing there is that $800,000 recapture of the prior year errors and Board of Appeals.
Okay, so this includes taking, is that the loss cost?
No, this is and this is where it gets somewhat confusing. We have two different versions of a recapture. The first is recapturing levy that was previously left on the table by not taking the full CPI. The second recapture allows us to, and it's a newer law that extends to us money that we should have received but did not, based on either errors by the county assessor or changes at the Board of Appeals. And that's where that roughly $26 comes into play.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add on that question related to both is, which is, that's an estimate as many of these things are. And when would we have some degree of finality or clarity on that number?
Just so I'm sure, which number?
The 800,000.
The 800,000 in my prior, now I have not been in Oak Park, in my prior district, that would come shortly after the extension paperwork would come. I generally see it around April. I would anticipate March or April here, but Brian, feel free to jump in if I have my counties mixed up, because I'm jumping counties here as well.
Yeah, in Cook, they state that the information should be available by October 31st. Often it comes more in November or even early December, just kind of as whenever they kind of finish up their accumulation of those numbers. So I think we should have it in advance of, or at least in the last 2 years, we've had it in advance of the levy adoption date.
So, I mean, and for fellow board members, we are gonna be voting in 2 weeks on a preliminary levy. And let me just make sure I get this right in terms of the sequence of events from a preliminary to our final vote, because that's another important thing that we need to understand, which is we'll be voting on the preliminary levy. We can change that when we vote at the end in December.
Yes.
For our final levy. But if we go, remind me, if we go up, we can go down but can't go up. Remind me of the rules.
Sure.
There's a lot of rules here.
The process really hinges on when we get our posting out into our newspaper on December 13th, because that's when we're posting the numbers that we intend to levy. So we that's I guess another reason why we're being a little bit more, I don't want to say aggressive, but that higher new property number is we're better off being a little bit higher now and coming down than we are in December. And then, but yes, similar to the tentative budget versus the final budget process, you're voting now on something preliminary, and then in December is our final levy that is submitted to the county and state.
But my question is this, and then I'm just trying to reflect on prior votes in this area. If we vote, because we've tended historically to play it conservative for the preliminary until we knew everything. It's a preliminary, it's directional, but it's not telling us what we're signing up to. So, but I was under the impression that if we did a preliminary at 4%, I'm making that number up, then if we went to a higher number, that was a problem. I shouldn't ask if I'm going crazy, because you'll say yes, not answer for real.
That's something I can check on that
I
and
think
follow up.
if you could just provide us with guidance in terms of anything we do in the preliminary vote, what the implications are when we go from there to our final vote, because what we have here are a number of pieces that we're waiting more information on. And so if we just could know that would be beneficial.
Yeah, I'll make sure we bring all that then for our final vote.
Right, you done? Yeah. Graham?
Just to make sure I get the terminology correct, the loss cost recovery, that's the right to go back and reclaim the up to 5% that we would have foregone in prior years.
No, the loss cost is a mechanism that counties will bring into play that let's say you were a district that had to levy the full 5%. It makes up for the tax money that doesn't get collected. It gives you a little bit of extra cushion in there to get the full amount that you levied. That's the loss cost. The levy recapture is, and like I said, this is where it gets confusing because we have two different recaptures we're talking about. So I do apologize that we have two laws that are very similar. It's the levy recapture that is the one that we go back and file that we are not levying the maximum with the county, and then that gives us that 3-year look back window.
What's the name you're giving that?
The recapture?
Yeah.
Yes.
Levy recapture.
Levy recapture. Another way that you can do it is it's Public Act 102-0895.
Okay. And then the part that where does the bid come in about the recovery of appeals that were rejected, for example?
Sure. That is again another newer law that has come into play. That is the levy for prior year refunds, recapture, and that is a separate recapture that brings back to the district money that it should have been paid out the year prior, but it was not, either due to errors by the assessor or by any changes at the property tax appeal board.
Okay, and is that where the 800K?
Yes, and that could be 800K one year and 600K the next, and 700K, it can vary year to year. So.
Okay, and then to Fred's question about that nice round fat 25 million for 2023. In your conversations with the assessors, did they, or perhaps by the next time we meet, did they actually cite the particular properties that they think are going to be underpinning that?
Not to myself, Brian. I do not know if that came up in your conversations.
They will sometimes, yes, depending on the size of the properties, they'll note some larger ones.
I'd be curious next time we meet, as you're getting this additional information, it would probably give us more confidence if we have a sense of that, because to your point, we would always be able to say, oh yeah, this building, this redevelopment, and so forth. And the last thing would be, do you happen to know what D97 and D90 are doing in terms of whether they're going to try to collect the full up to PTEL or something less than that?
I just spoke to D97 kind of about this, and I don't remember their final decision. It was like an in passing conversation, but I can find out for our next meeting.
I'm just curious. All right, thanks a lot.
There are questions?
I just have two questions. One is just around the actual CPI. You're projecting 2.1% in future years. I'm just curious how you arrived at that. It's we're at such uncertain times, and the last 2 years have obviously been way higher than that. What makes you think that we're gonna just revert to sort of the way things used to be?
It is, and CPI is, it's a ever-changing target. As we have continued to use the most recent version of the district projections, kind of our baseline, and then we'll bring new projections going forward. That said, we are seeing, well, it's interesting economically that we're seeing inflation still be high, but in the month-to-month CPI, we're actually seeing reduction now. Not a negative CPI, but just we're not seeing the 6 to 7% month-to-month anymore. I think trying to keep in future outlooks a pretty steady approach to that allows us to be flexible on years that's a little bit higher or a little bit lower. Yeah, but it's if I could tell you the exact amount CPI would be in the future, I could probably be pretty good at guessing things. So it's just a lot. So I couldn't think of anything better at 10:45 at night. My brain's moving a little bit slow. But I feel like that it's an appropriate number. It's a number that a lot of districts are using in consultation. But would it shock me if in future years if CPI was 1% or 5% at this point? No, because it's just so uncertain.
And I just, for my own clarification, that there were only 2 models that were presented in CFC.
Yes, there were 2 models and then some kind of deep dive into some variations of those models.
Okay, so 3.5 and 5 and nothing in between.
Correct.
And based on the conversation there, or was there any sort of suggestion that maybe we should be looking at something in between 3.5 and 5?
Really what stemmed from CFC, and feel free to jump in if anybody remembers differently, was more of a should we look at a 3.8 and then leave the errors and omissions extension out? Should we would there be a way to increase interest revenue to make then let me say a 3%, but we couldn't make enough money in interest even at the best investments right now that we're allowed to change that much money in our tax levy. But then no, it seemed to line up pretty steady with the district's long-term goals.
Curious when you go back to find out which buildings these things are coming in. If one of them, I'm assuming one of them is 203 South Marion, which is the new 7-story mixed-use building with about 160 luxury rental units that's coming in where the funeral home used to be. And I'd be just curious what the up the block for me. So I'm curious what piece of the 25 million that is.
So I have a couple thoughts or just things. I mean, to Tim, to your question, I applaud what Brian and Tony have done, which is showing kind of what it could be if you needed to change things. Otherwise you could have a million models. I do think that the laws actually have, I think they're not in our favor, but the laws are more reasonable to what we're trying to do. If you go back and look at the history of us trying to not tax to the max, but make sure we were protected. And I'm going back to that big drop in 2015 and such like that. The laws then said that there was a look back, which you had to drop your tax over the prior year, and then you could look back 2 years. So it kind of forced a certain behavior that was pretty, it made it erratic. This new provision allows us to, concede what we think we can concede in terms of not taking it, but still, have a safety valve if things, our assumptions go crazy. So, without taxing more than ultimately we get. So that's in my mind, that's a big improvement in terms of, us being able to take less than we need, we can, but be protected.
I would agree with you, but I would say yes, but if I'm reading this right, the recapture, we can't go over 5% in 1 year. So if at 2.1, yes, we can recapture it, we'll be fine. But if it's not 2.1, if it's 6, then we're not going to be able to recapture anything.
If we stay at a high inflation, a +5 inflation, we lose that. Correct. You're correct. Yeah. The other observation that I have, and it's anecdotal, and Tony, which is, if you look at the macro trend on inflationary cost of, was it 8? The last couple of years, it was 8 and then 6.5. We've actually seen it hit more this year. So we were somewhat protected because of some of our contracts and the way some things happened, so that it lagged. We were seeing a lag, and we did see some higher costs this year in the area of healthcare, in the area of our transportation that we've recently. So there's been a lag. The macro numbers he shows for inflation. Now the question is, what's the inflation in our district? And I would say it lagged a bit.
It did, and I think too, it's a testament to the stewardship of the district over the last decade. Because for districts that need to levy the max, it's a tough conversation when your income is capped at a 5% increase on your tax levy, but your bills are going up anywhere from 10 to 15%. So the expenditures are so far outpacing the revenue. Here, the contracts have We're starting to feel them, but we're in a financial position that we can absorb and pivot as needed. And you don't get in that situation overnight. So just a testament to prior boards and administration here that years of planning has led to a good result.
So I think this is gonna come back to us in 2 weeks for our tentative vote, and I would say anything we can do to shore up some of the main assumptions, which is the 800,000. If we know it, when it moves from being a guess to something more factual, that's important. The same with, anything on the new property, because those are kind of the variables in that equation. So that would, and then what the impact is from a preliminary to a final levy voting, right? So that we don't make a preliminary vote that boxes us into a corner when we don't have to. The real critical vote is the one we make in December, okay?
I would only add to that, any feedback or insights you can get from the other tax bodies, I really appreciate you doing that as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have policy and board goals. So we're gonna be brief on this one. And I have some notes somewhere. First, thanks for a quick turnaround on the suggestion for the racial equity goal. So I think that's the one we're gonna focus on. Everything else we had what we needed, correct? There are a bunch of things that need assignments on, and that's the ball I will take. So we're gonna open it up to any discussion on the racial equity goal. I'm gonna get it. Page 11. Thank you. Okay, wow. So any questions on, or I guess sharing what is in front of us? Do you want to talk to it?
I'll talk to it, and then you can just jump in if you've got anything. So we created this as an overarching goal for racial equity. And because we have a policy, but we don't have it as a board goal or any kind of a implementation or monitoring structure. So the goal statement is, and I'll read it, OPRF shall demonstrate fidelity to our #1 strategic plan goal of achieving racial equity by ensuring that compliance to policy 7.12 permeates all work of the district. And the objectives within that goal, the first objective is and I'm not going to read it, but I'm just going to kind of say what the intent is. The intent of the first objective is that basically all work of the district is in compliance with our racial equity policy. And this objective creates, a monitoring responsibility on the district, and then would charge the administration to define the process. So that's kind of the first objective, is just make sure that all the work that we're doing in the district, all right, is in compliance with our racial equity policy.
Can I ask a question on that one, or?
Sure.
So I think that's what I was expecting, so that's good. My concern or question is in the suggested mechanism, which is all board reports. So we have a board report, which is the financial, the monthly treasurer's report. That's a board report.
Right.
So are we gonna then require someone to narrate that? Does that report it's a report, and so are we gonna say, how does that comply with our racial equity policy?
I think departmental reports is really what we should be saying there, right?
That goes to my question, just at the time, which means back to.
Yeah, I think
in the school, you're not talking about English history.
Sure,
Thank you.
yes, we're talking about the cabinet that's assembled here, that level report. Right, Fred, are we on the same page?
Yeah, I mean, I think there could be a mention like you have for strategic plan and for policy, the fact that if our overall financial operations are in compliance, then obviously the treasurer's report being a part of that would be in compliance, right?
Yeah, I just, so I think it sounds like there might be a little bit of tightening down on what this is.
Well, yeah.
When they're asking, presenting what we're doing and what we need resources for.
Yes. I think that the idea was, and I will use this as an example, and I'm not trying to be critical because I gave my opinion at the point in time, but the report we had on communication,
yeah,
I felt was very lacking in compliance with our racial equity policy. All right, that's kind of the kind of thing that we're getting at, that there should be some kind of, this is my idea, some kind of appendix or something to the report that says this is how it complies. You know, it could be a one sentence, it could be, you know, 2 pages, depending on what it is.
Okay,
does that make sense?
I totally get it. I'm just trying to, you know, I'm reading it as it's written and saying that it says all, and I think I know what you want, but I think we just got to put those words in. That's all. Okay.
Is there a list of, like,
yeah,
a comprehensive list of all the reports?
Right, we can go
Put it
through
in
them
2
and say,
categories.
these ones fit, these ones don't.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
All right, the second is basically an articulation with you know, analogous school districts to determine to have some type of communication with them to determine what they're doing. All right, and how it might affect us, or how we may be able to work together collaboratively or adopt what they're doing if they're doing it better than we are. And just a monitoring process of what other school districts are doing that are similar to us. And then the third objective is kind of the same thing, but to working within our 2 different areas. Number one, our other, in the Oak Park River Forest communities, our other governmental bodies and their approaches to equity, and what they're doing in terms of implementation, and how that may affect us, or how we may adapt to them or collaborate with them, etc. And then also other institutions within the community that may not be governmental, which might be private, might be charitable, etc.
So, I mean, I guess my question there is, that's new work. Correct?
Yes. Well, I would say, just to some degree, I don't believe that within the governmental bodies, especially if you take the 3 school districts, it's necessarily new work, because we did have a board equity, which the ban was suspended a few years ago, and last year we tried to get it back, and hopefully maybe this year we'll get it back.
And I would say in the same way, the inter-school district objective is, there's already a foundation based on the Imagine process. Right?
I'm sorry.
I mean, when during the Imagine process, going out and extending, connecting with other school districts to learn about how they negotiated these huge new facilities projects. That there's already been an effort to create a community at that level in some way, right?
Yeah.
Sharing, learning, community. Yes, fair.
I understand.
So it's not starting from scratch. It's new work. It could be looking at what are some of those existing connections that we've already identified through the Imagine process, for instance, and what potentials there too.
I think that yeah, that there were districts and things that were identified. I guess I'm not sure to the extent of how much information sharing or things are going on right now between them. So when I think about from a new work perspective, like what would we want the administration to bring back from that, or what's from that, because that does feel like more work to me.
I'm not sure that I see the connection between that activity and our district's compliance with our own policy. That just seems like kind of a leap to me.
So just like from benchmarking or a peer group comparison, just to kind of understand what's going on, but yeah.
I have a few questions if appropriate. Please. One, I hear kind of in this 2 things. I hear establishing comparable districts for the sake of making comparisons about how maybe we're implementing policy, but I'm not quite sure. Is this practices and procedures and initiatives within the school districts that are equity minded? And we want to just talk to other districts to see what they're doing? Is that what the second one is? And the third one is the exact same thing, but within our own community? Is that a fair way to summarize that? Like, you want to know, are we talking with other school districts about their equity work? And are we talking with other folks in our community about their equity work? Is that the core question that's driving these 2 things? And if that's the case, which I think it might be, I saw a little nodding there, maybe not demonstrative nodding, but I saw a little nodding there. If that's the case, then I don't quite understand how to illustrate compliance with the board goal in this way. Does that make sense? I definitely get compliance with the first one. We have a task associated there. 2 and 3 are hard for me to know. I mean,
yeah, they're a little more esoteric, I guess.
Okay, there we go. Okay. There you go.
Because when this number 1 hits what we said when we met, what was the whole. Okay, and I see these as kind of add-ons, because then you've got work like MSN, right? I mean, you've got national.
Well, that's where I was going to go next.
National work they're doing.
We have comparable districts through our MSET, which the board wouldn't necessarily know about, right? I mean, recently through a network that I work with superintendents on, that Dr. Applewhite works, on a yearly basis, where it's kind of a think tank, for this work that's been established for, I don't know, 20 years now, probably. And we could bring that forward. So
that's kind of the more global.
Yeah.
For number 3, at least number 2.
That's number.
Okay. Yeah, number 2 is interdistrict. Yes, okay,
Right.
Yes, number 2, I got it. But so there is that work. So it's being done. The question is. You could what? We could showcase it.
Yeah,
Right.
give us a report.
We could illustrate it. That would be,
Yeah.
that would be helpful.
Yeah, right, I honestly, like, it's kind of a, this is the route we got to it, but in previous boards, they come forward and said, hey. Give us an update on how MSAN is going. Given that you were in an inaugural district, 97 was inaugural as well, I don't know if Grant, you're on the board and that happened. But that's it makes some sense, so that's.
Tim,
Well, it's great that we're tasking the administration with everything.
no, it isn't.
I say that very sarcastically, because it is potentially a job for us to do. Which would be to revive the tri-board equity commission. It's been dormant for years, but if we actually want for this to be a board goal with work for us to do, that would be an admirable goal.
Yeah.
Is that something we want to entertain?
Well, tell me more about that.
Yeah, how many meetings is it gonna be?
My answer would be yes. I mean, we tried to get it done last year. And it just didn't happen. But yes, I mean, we had, the first meeting we had was in, was at the River Forest Middle School. I thought it was, community came out, we had the discussion, it was, I thought it was very appropriate. The second meeting, became all about, data. And, out of that, there, data sharing was not happening between us in 97 and 90 to some degree. Eventually the law changed. Hopefully some of the work that we had done might have been a bit of an impetus to get the law changed. And now we have, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, now we have substantial data sharing between the districts, right? Or we're supposed to have.
Yeah, we've passed the IGA.
Right.
Yeah, it's in progress, it's in process.
So there was some actual substantial work done and which benefited the district. And I think we should continue that.
As a board, so I think you're right on target. Okay, and I think we could just take this and boil it down into, we've got the three areas, right? And the first one, it's gonna just shape which report so that we're not doing reports that are not appropriate. The second one is a board, and do I have them reversed?
No, you're.
The second,
The second one is the existing.
The second one's the outside.
the second one is, yes, it would be good to hear what MSAN's doing once during this year, just because it's been a while and it is kind of a cornerstone to what we're doing. I mean, that's what our equity work was shaped from, correct? So, or
That was our first step, I think.
yes, so, and then the third one is, it's up to us to get it, that's the tri board, because then we can have the collaboration. Good?
Okay.
All right,
I like it in theory, and goes to the next thing about who gets assigned what, and like being honest about capacity.
yes, so that's, okay.
I mean, we're still in pandemic recovery.
We should start that
So, you know.
All right, so I think that covers it, so that's the next step is assigning work. And finishing up here, are we good?
We're good.
All right. Our next segment. Is the resolution committee report.
You have two of them.
Well, I have two of them. I have the scorecard. Does everyone have their own scorecard?
We all
Yeah.
have work.
Okay, so, we're just gonna go right into this and, we're gonna kind of vote and discuss. So the first one up is industrial construction. Those that are in favor of adopting this, please say yes.
Can I make one point, please? As you read through these resolutions on the on this packet, on the committee report.
Yeah.
You'll see at the end of each of the resolutions.
What their recommendation
What the
was? Yeah, okay.
recommendation
I was
was.
gonna say that. So the recommendation from the committee was do not adopt. Okay, so does anyone here want to adopt, to go in opposition to the recommendation of the committee and adopt this? Okay, nobody. So everybody else that says do not adopt, right? So we are unanimous with do not adopt. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
That was easy. One down. School resource, it's gonna get harder as we get through. SRO funding. The recommendation of the committee is to adopt this for funding. Is anyone all in favor of adopting this? Raise your hand.
I'm torn honestly, because I'm glad that we got rid of our school resource officers. If there is a school that they have decided that they want them and they can't afford them. I don't know.
I think
I'm not sure if that's like.
for the last few years, I think the last 2 years I've been the delegate, so I've heard the arguments. And there was a resolution that came up about, you know, Army teachers.
Yes.
Allowing teachers to have guns in schools. It was, it failed narrowly. In a decreasing level, it got closer and closer each succeeding year. The argument that many of the rural school districts have and the issues they have is they do not have they do not have a proximate police presence within a reasonable response time of their buildings. They you know, they could have their police officers could be 30 minutes away, 40 minutes away. And those districts can't afford, all right, to have a student resource officer. All right, so I'm assuming that the purpose of this is to allow them the funds to have an officer on site where the response time may be substantially longer than what we would expect because we're in a very urban area. If we had a student resource officer who was on the 4th floor of the north end of the building and there was an issue in the field house, all right, we might have a squad car there before that resource officer could be there. All right, because the response time would be so low here. So we may not have a necessity for it. We may not have a need for it, but I did see the need in hearing the arguments from some of the other districts that are smaller districts in rural communities that have very long response times from their law enforcement, and so that's why I would vote to adopt it.
The problem with these things is that they lack any ability to provide nuance and context, you know, because the obvious thing here is let's get the Illinois legislature to support additional safety improvements in whatever forms individual districts choose. Some districts want SROs, others may use those funds for safety enhancements in other ways. But you have to make this choice, very black and white choice. Should we encourage the legislature to subsidize SROs? You know, because I would go at it in a different angle, I would vote against this, not because I'm opposed to a district having an SRO if they want one, just because, you know, the way this is structured is so black and white. And for what it's worth, Homer is in the exurbs of Chicago. It's just basically south of Lockport. But they may still, to your point, have distance issues.
Okay, so there's a different perspective.
And I would have exactly the same concern, except a little more, I can see the legislature hearing this request, and the legislature amendments as schools, we want to have already in schools. And there's, you know, absolutely those here. I would like to nip this in the bud. I would go down on it. don't adopt.
I think you did convince me. I was waffling, but you're convinced.
See, I'm on Fred's point here, because I've heard exactly that, which is that this would be a deterrent for that arming teachers issue. So, all right, let's just take a poll of the yays, all the agrees to this.
I would agree to avoid arming teachers.
Agree, okay, the opposed? So we are saying no. Okay. Bus driver regulation, and this one has, in my mind, so the recommendation was to adopt, but as I read it, and the police, there really were two different issues. One was the process by which, bus allowing more local decision making in what's needed so that you can get qualified bus drivers. Is that? Yes. And the second one is funding. Reimbursement. So it's both a kind of a local control and a funding issue woven into the same thing.
I agree, and from the local control piece, I see this as standards going down versus having better quality of drivers. There are some things I just think you need to have some minimum level of standards, and if you're doing it locally, then that's what you might get.
So Audrey, I see that, and I want the kids to be safe in the buses, but Greg, can you speak to like the difficulty of getting the drivers at this point?
Yeah, thank you, Mary Ann. So I'm part of a once a month Zoom meeting for superintendents, throughout this region, but also occasionally. It's actually high school districts throughout the entire state, so the state is represented. And I guess that is somewhere about 75% of the meetings that we've had over the past 2 years. The bus driver shortage comes up. It is a constant conversation throughout the state. And very parallel to what Fred, you talked about before, the distinctions between rural areas and more urban areas. You can imagine how much more chronic it is in rural areas when the students are much more dependent on transportation, and it's much harder to find these folks to do it there. So, if you want me to offer my opinion on this, I'll be happy to, but this is a chronic need in the state. It really is. We see a little bit of that here, but it's bad.
Are the requirements, I guess, so onerous that's the reason why they can't find us? That's a major reason why.
That's the assessment. I mean, that's the idea. So the idea is almost let's do everything we can to try to get people who are certified bus drivers, but let's try to get them as so I can't speak to more nuance in the exact districts that are driving this, but.
Yeah, I guess we're fortunate that we have mass transit in this district, and we don't have to have busing.
We've absolutely escaped the burden of this,
right?
In incredibly fortunate ways.
Right. In many districts, even in our area, they have fleets of buses. They have to hire bus drivers, and it's really difficult.
Yeah, the district I was in prior to this one has just put huge bonuses that they're throwing out there to try to attract bus drivers. So.
That was part of what convinced me on this one to support it is the argument here about the work's not year round, hours are early, it's split into 2 shifts, and because of the timing, you often can't fit in a second job to make up the extra hours and the money. So it's it's a weird thing, and it's not surprising that they have trouble staffing.
We were abstaining.
We can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this seems to want to me that we don't have a dog in this. Right? No,
that's fair.
Let the districts do and find out.
That's not, I mean,
Yeah.
that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because we are not really, this is not in our window.
Yeah.
All right.
You're saying.
Wow.
So we've agreed to abstain on this?
Yes.
Is that all
I
right?
would vote to support the recommendation. Just being, I believe there's other ways to safely train and qualify drivers than necessarily national resources. But if the majority will is to abstain, then you guys can abstain.
It's because our government doesn't know this so well.
I'm fine with abstaining. All right. Employment history review. The recommendation of the committee is do not adopt. And the group, what do you think?
I got confused by this, because I felt like I didn't know the specifics of Faith's law
Yeah.
and so on. So I don't know, Greg, if you have input that would be helpful to us.
I'm actually not sure I do. Yeah, I think this comes from a perspective, it's a hard time carrying out the mandate. So it falls into that kind of nuanced category we're just talking about.
I was gonna support the recommendation of the committee, which is no.
Yeah.
They know more about it than I do.
The only thought for whatever it's worth that I had on this that you asked is that the idea is, you know, we rely on DCFS to fill the requirements of phase law, except, and here's just reason the question, the extent to which DCFS is going to be able to fill that obligation with any sort of fidelity or speed that school district would need it to actually make a hiring decision. So that's the part that I question.
The yays.
I would agree with the recommendation.
That's pretty good. Okay, and lastly, number 5.
This
Oh,
one,
pardon?
sorry, I was about to disagree with the recommendation strongly, but go on. I'll let you
Yeah,
be
there
first.
are already 5, so
Yeah.
we're alternative safe school funding. Where the recommendation of the committee is not to adopt.
They don't want to advocate for gun storage because that would be bad. I don't know. I assume it would be bad because some people would get mad if they advocated for gun storage, but I think we as a district, I hope, are strongly in favor of safe gun storage and so.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, what do you?
What it says here, right? This is the.
Are you on, we're on finance and public local education.
Yes.
Wait, what am I looking at the wrong thing? Oh, I was going through this one. Sorry, never mind, I'm on a different thing. I was looking at alternative savings funding. Do not adopt.
That's
Yeah, that's not done.
It's not really, doesn't relate to guns. It's
Wait, what's the? I'm so confused.
So regional, actually, it's a bit of kind of educational thing, I would say, safe schools
Oh, no.
are regional schools that are utilized
No,
for
but
alternative education.
No, but I think I got confused because I was looking at the do not present section, which is the next section,
Yeah,
which
we're
they're
not,
not actually presented. So the one I'm mad about is suicide prevention education, so I'll just. So,
yeah, Marianne, just shut up.
that's what I'm gonna do.
All right. I'm just supporting her.
Yeah.
So anyone who is there anyone who would like to take the opposition to the recommendation of the committee?
Support the recommendation.
I do as well. Okay, so our scorecard says no, abstain, no.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
Okay? And we will take this to the triple I.
Are you going
Bobski,
to?
yeah, I was gonna ask, are you
Who's
going
going?
to
We need to figure out
vote who's gonna be a delegate at AAA?
Who's attending?
Is anyone?
Ms. Williamsley and Mr. Brisbane.
Okay. So
That would be wonderful.
Hang on. You spent $500 on your ticket. You're still gonna go.
Okay. So you're nominating him,
I'm gonna make it great.
and I second.
I move the nominations are closed.
As long as that party isn't at 7 AM or something like that on a Saturday morning.
That's pretty much what it is.
Okay.
I'll be staying overnight at the Hyatt, I guess.
So Graham will be our delegate, our voting delegate. And he has the ballot.
And you'll have the opportunity to get up and speak if you want. So if you want to make your,
My 407 years ago.
Right, bus driver story, you could.
no, if you want to make, the argument.
The SRO argument, for example.
Okay, all right, so that completes the resolution committee report. Our last item of the day in this meeting, knowing we have another, is a review of outstanding future agenda items. So before us, we have 6 items that have been brought forth in prior meetings, and what we will be doing right now is determining if these are items that we want the administration and or board to put into action with future work, right?
That is correct.
So, first order of business will be, is there any clarification needed on each of them, just so that we're clear on what we're deciding? Let's.
Yes, for the ones that I wasn't around for.
Okay, yeah, so I think, in 1 to 2 sentences, we will, talk about, I would say 2 things. One, what is it? And then 2, Dr. Johnson, if it is work from the district, right? Is it big, is it file cabinet ready, bigger than a bread box? Just, what are we asking for?
All right.
So first up is usage of facilities during winter break. And since Fred, your name is there, you can talk to it.
I think it,
Mike, please. Thank you.
okay, no, I think there's a little more limiting. I think that it had to do with uses or closing of the building during winter break, spring break, and having the students not having the ability to use the facilities while they're not in class. And it seems that it happens every year. And the building's here, it's for the use of our students, and I think we ought to be able to schedule our students to be able to participate in whatever activities they may want to. Lots of different things can be done, whether it's activities, sports activities.
That's good. So we, this
Sorry,
context, this, yeah, and what that would mean, Greg? What?
If this is something the board has consensus on the administration pursuing, we would need to get a little bit better understanding of exactly what those activities be. Whether they're specifically already school-sponsored activities, or open it up as a welcoming place for students to go to, which is, I think, part of how I understood that initially. And then we would work to put together a financial proposal for the district that would also include the definition of a process to work with our negotiating bodies on what this would imply for their contracts, because contracts are defined by our breaks, which is why it's still sitting in this space.
Okay. But we're gonna go through them all, and then we're gonna come back and determine which ones as a group just so that we can do it in the context of them all. Next is update on accessibility work in the 10-year plan.
I could just quickly move here. We are slated to bring this to the board, the update and the date that you see here. We could easily give the update on that work at that point. So I can knock that one off there.
Okay.
That's why there's a date on that one already.
Okay, so that one's already in red. Okay, number 3 is Safe Students Concerns and Response.
This is me. This is the, sorry, thank you, sorry. This is me. This is the student group that was bringing up concerns during community council about sexual harassment, assault, etc. And I guess my request is that I guess I want a report, but I more than just like a one-time report. I guess I want a discussion of intersectionality. I feel like this school has been very focused on racial equity in a hardcore way for quite a while. That is great. But I think some of the students are indicating that gender equity is a real concern that, you know, ties in, I guess, to Sarah's accessibility work and disability. And so that's my request. And I don't know where this goes to the agenda item, Greg. So, but in terms of, you know, maybe an initial report to the board on sexual harassment and trainings and so on and so forth, and the concerns of these students. But again, I don't know, making sure gender equity is part of our planning going forward. So.
Okay.
I think based off that, I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move through number 3, or the next one is equity conversation training with the board.
Yeah, this is kind of a continuation of the board retreat we had. I think it was the spring of 2017 when they were filming America to Me. We had the one and only board retreat that the subject matter was strictly equity. And never moved, we really, as a board, have not come back to have that conversation around about equity or as a single subject matter meeting.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, this is slightly different than an invitation that you all had for, you know, courageous conversations training that our district has been committed to for quite some time. So you're talking
part of it too.
I mean, that's specific training. That's not the board working together necessarily. That's, you know, that's a question. But if that could be part of it, we could consider this. Let's go through that. We could consider this that step, and let's kind of see where that leads us. I kind of see this intersecting with the tri-board equity thing too.
I mean, the library brought someone in to do racial equity training for the board last year. Was that? Yeah.
That meeting was facilitated.
Yeah, I can hear that. Yeah, I think
so this one, I mean, I'm hearing it. This one could be really part of the board goal that we just went through as a specific board action, which is a commitment to it. Okay, all right, we'll move on to Imagine Plan continuation after project 2.
Yeah, it's the Imagine Plan had 5 different components to it. And as we are embarking on project 2, I think we should start talking about project 3. It's supposed to be a living document and process, and I think we need to just keep that process moving and moving forward.
I'm looking at. Unless you want me to pontificate a little bit, but that makes sense. The timing question here.
Yeah, my question is timing, because we also had in our board goals talking about, you know, talking about the funding of it, so this would actually need to precede that. So in some ways, we've kind of touched it. Really, this is because even if before you talk about funding it, you got to know what it is.
Right, you have to relook at
There's that whole process, and when we polished this off for project 2, what was the timing? What was the context? We were 3/4 of the way done with project 1 by the time, and there was also the transition of superintendents in there as well. But I mean, I just think we would be
too it would be too late if we were to, you know, 3/4 of the way done with project 2 to start looking at project 3. I think it's something that we should be looking at on an ongoing basis.
It's really a when question, right? Okay. All right, and then the last one we have is the mental health committee.
I think this is written into board goals around that. Environment, in fact, it's specifically listed there as something to consider as to what.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I also think that, you know, looking at, how routine the mental wellness programming updates are in our board meetings, looking at it, we want to have a establish a deliberate cadence to those reports that would be also, address this issue as well, and just keeping mental health front and center, and, you know, so we spent an hour tonight, really engaged in the topic. It could have gone longer. So it's really, I think, exactly right. This is born out of identifying the need to keep this more front and center and establishing a clear structure process to that. But yes, I do think it is embedded in the current board goals to some meaningful extent.
Okay, so now back to the top of the deck. The question is, for each one of these, we're looking for 4 that say yes, this is, we're gonna slot it into the work. Right? We're gonna move it into an agenda or.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
This list was missing the item that Tim and I proposed back on October 12th, ironically, the meeting minutes that we approved this evening, about consideration of the mom's demand action proposal / request of our district.
Let's discuss that.
Is that on the list? Right, I'm just.
It wasn't on this list.
We should discuss it here.
Yeah, my question was, because I didn't know whether, you know, that one's gonna be on the next review or it just got missed.
You know, I don't know exactly what I cut and pasted this document's being here, but I think it's on the table right now. It's a hot topic in our community. I think we should put it as part of the conversation right now, is what my recommendation. Yeah, I think that's valid.
So can you restate the ask, a response? What was the?
Here would be my attempt to summarize, and Tim, you can jump in if you wish, but they have a proposal which is at a high level, would be to use some of the communication methods that the district has in a homeward direction to include information about safe storage of firearms. And our discussion here would merely be understanding the details of that proposal, understanding what the administration's view of it is, having a discussion of what our board members' view it is. That's the essence of what I think the to-do is. Tim, do you agree with that? Yes.
I want to add 2 pieces. That's my understanding, and if they're baked into what you were just capturing right there, that's good to know. Yes, it's communication of materials and information. The village has created some of these materials already, and we've already told the village about that. There are 2 other pieces of that, right? To my hearing. One is related to the registration process for families when they come to the district. There was a proposal there for a radio button of sorts that said, yes, when I enroll in D200, I'm also yes or no agreeing to store any firearms I might have safely. I think that was one part of it. And then there was, and I don't know exactly where you sit with mom's demand action right now, or where this exists in other districts, but there was a suggestion that there be a board policy about safe gun storage that a board would specifically adopt. At least at one point that was a discussion. I don't know if that's still part of the conversation.
So right there, you're in the weeds, and I guess I would say this is why we have to have a discussion to understand what's the ask and what's your perspective, because I figured there's bound to be some details to this. If we're not even aware.
Alright, fair.
So maybe it starts with, you've received communication and language around what they want to do. Either you can share that with us, or we as board members could ask them to give that to one of us, and then we all are looking at the same proposal and breaking it down.
Back to the top. Using facilities during break.
Are we just essentially voting on whether?
We're just saying, yes, I think we need to, we're instructing the administration to do what Greg said that they would need to do, which is put together you know, a financial assessment, look at contracts and all that kind of stuff that would be needed to support it. Okay, so, which is new work. Okay, so.
But isn't this yay or nay right now is merely on whether we will take up an item for board discussion.
Correct.
We're not giving him anything to do here in this.
Not right now.
Okay.
So let's gotta put it on the agenda.
Yeah, whether we want to have it on the agenda, that's what we're saying, whether we want to have this be something that we're gonna put time to, that's gonna have it.
So within the agenda, we're gonna need to know what we're talking about. So
Yeah.
we want to be.
Work.
More with some topics than others for sure.
So, in favor of doing it? Yeah.
I think like one might be big and asking, so, you know, like, are we talking about?
Greg seemed to indicate there's some substance there. You're dealing with contracts.
Yeah, that's what, but I guess I mean like, is it like keeping 3 security people on staff, or is it a much bigger thing? So that's what I like.
Or is
the
for
conversation.
the investigation.
Yeah,
So
that's
for those questions to be asked, it may be that Greg
Yeah.
comes back and says, the contracts absolutely don't allow us to do this.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
End of
Yeah.
discussion, but I voted for that.
Okay,
that
makes
investigation.
I agree. So, we'll put it on the agenda. We just need to slot it. Okay? Safe students. And this was a report to the board. And then board discussion on gender equity.
Posted, so. Okay.
Okay? So it's a yes. Equity training.
You're saying that this is contained within our goals.
Well, it would be to add it to our goals.
Right.
So it's kind of a modification to the goal, saying that one of the actions is that the board will commit to some kind of to be determined, you know, board training, whether it's whatever that looks like.
Did we decide on a retreat as an annual or twice a year thing? Maybe twice a year seems like a good spring retreat. Doing a retreat.
Yeah.
Rather than a whole reassessment of everything we're doing.
Well, it's gonna have to be.
Yeah.
That's it.
Doesn't.
Okay. So that's we're gonna take that, where's that goal? We're gonna have to then add that. How about imagine plan?
I think we need to.
So Tim's against this.
I just feel like it has to be so far out is my concern.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
saying, I'm
it's
in
like,
support of,
we're not gonna really.
I'm in support of it, but it won't be this school year.
Yeah.
I think we can put it next
I
fall.
think we have to just have that discussion of when it should be, because in my understanding of what Imagine was supposed to be, Imagine was supposed to be our facilities plan that was gonna be utilized and updated on an ongoing basis. And I don't wanna put it in the file cabinet and pull it out and dust it off in a year and a half And now, so many things have changed.
I want to be really clear. Our admin team will not have a bandwidth to do this school year. We cannot bring this forward in the spring. I mean, if you all say we need to, we will do our best effort at it. But with trying to stand up all the work we need to do for project two, I just don't see this. And if the board fears that in some way that we are going to lose sight of the fact that there is an imagined plan and there is a project three, just give me the test of time and see how that plays out. We're aware of this, right? So we won't lose sight of this. Just give us the space to breathe with what we're doing in project two right now. And we will bring this forward. That's my request for this.
And Fred, we have included in our board goals, in CFC, thinking about process and planning, thinking about, sort of what is going to be the process.
Yeah, I think we had that as one of the board goals.
For figuring this out.
Right.
I think that's probably a reasonable goal for this year, and I think that's the right place to start the process for the year.
Yeah. Okay.
So summer time.
Well,
Next summer.
So, but, okay, so
next fall.
Okay.
But we should
But fall gets busy.
should get an idea of when we're actually gonna explore the elements. And revisit the elements of project three. Because those get revised, I mean, needs change.
That's absolutely, that's part of the process that we will do for every phase of the plan, right? We did it for project two.
Right.
The idea is to vet the very preliminary and now even more outdated kind of scope and ideas for what project three is. I want to be clear about something else too. I'm going back to an earlier topic, if I may. The usage of facility, much to the chagrin of my team, but the usage of facilities during winter break, I want to be very clear because of the elements in there, that's time-bound fact there as well. Getting this done and planned and stood up for the winter break that we're about to experience.
Oh, no.
That's not expecting there. That's a good response. Okay.
I was gonna go back to that one also and say, all we're agreeing to here is to have a 15-minute conversation about what is the problem statement, right? I mean,
Actually,
there's not
great.
any expenditure of anybody.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Tim was.
Put that discussion in account.
That's clear that I understood.
Yeah.
So imagine we said fall 24, mental health committee, we said it's in our, or we have a board goal that has it. Whether, based on what we've seen, whether we need a committee or not a committee is still, the structure of that is it's internal, the work is there, so we don't need to add anything there. In the goals, and then the response on safe storage is what was that?
That's the mom's main action.
Yes.
It's to determine what the ask is.
Yeah, so it starts by determining what the ask is and then being able to discuss that.
Okay. So,
I can do that.
right. And I think that one frankly fits within our board, in our board goal on a safe school environment, which we had.
It's the second objective for the environment.
That's where it fits, but this is just one specific element. Okay. All right, with that said, we now. Where am I?
I move we adjourn the committee of the whole.
Whoa.
And then we have a special after this or not?
Yeah.
4 minutes.
Okay, second,
Second.
all in favor? All opposed? The ayes have it, we are adjourned. Okay. Well, they did. Where you going?
The fun's just gonna begin.
We didn't hear not one item of who wanted to volunteer to come over at 7 AM. But we figured it was us.
Have a 15-minute discussion.
Yeah.
All right, do we need to, am I ready, Lace?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna have to just. Wait. Oops. I call to order the special board meeting at 11:50 PM in the boardroom of Oak Park, and of course, after a roll call.
Ms. Harkin,
Here.
Ms. Williams Lee,
Here.
Dr. Livingston.
Here.
Dr. Maharaj.
Here.
Mr. Bramlett.
Here.
Mr. Brisbane.
Here.
Mr. Costa.
Here. Public comments,
None.
action items. I move to approve the personnel recommendations, including new hires, transfers, and resignations.
So we have to approve the minutes? Before the minutes of.
So the special meeting is when you approve those in a regular.
No, just stay with me.
I'm with you.
You just took, what was it gonna be, a 2-minute meeting, and made it a 2.5. I made my motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Ms. Williams Lee,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Mr. Harkin,
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah.
And Mr. Costa.
Yes, future agenda items.
I have one, don't kill me. So, but this is, you're laughing, right? But I was serious about the intersectionality conversation. So, and specifically, I asked Lisa to send you guys a thing about LGBTQ stuff and asking people to self-ID and what IBM did in that regard and how it turned out. Because the problem is you can't track how you're doing on something unless you have some numbers. And so there's a discussion to be had about queer representation. And so yeah, I'd like that.
For the board, for the school, for what?
I think it's a board conversation, like, and maybe it's a brief board conversation. I would really just mostly like you guys to glance at that article and then like talk about, we don't currently collect this data. And there are privacy concerns and so on. But there's also a lot of LGBT people who advocate for collecting the data in a self-ID kind of way, letting people opt in.
A lot of boards do that.
Yeah.
They put publish, they want to publish it.
Yeah, so I would like us to do that, but I think it probably needs to be, maybe it's a board discussion, maybe it's an admin discussion.
So for right now,
You're talking about adults.
Yeah, I mean, because we have the practice data on faculty stuff, once we have.
I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Students versus adults, we're talking about adults.
We're talking about adults, it's also about the ability to collect and track. I mean, even the conversation we had earlier about biracial, I mean, having the ability to track that, and look at what.
so the app that's going on our next list, the next quarter, the two
Be on my list.
review, so.
I'm here for another year and a half.
All right, I, Tom Kofsky, do hereby move to adjourn.
How, you're letting that go before midnight?
All in
These
favor?
board members.